There's nothing inside. Will it always be burning down the walls? Is there a way for me to break? I'm a sharpshooter at Paul's masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to throw. I'm a shapeshifter, have no face to show. Please don't take off my mask, my disguise.
Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Rota ba 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 ba. Hello. Hi Meowie, hi Jakes. Hello Flinko, Endler, Zinshin. Hello, hello, hello. How are y'all doing? How are y'all doing tonight? That's a boo boo I see. Oh my god. It's Skylar. Robo, hello. Blue the Hedgester, hello. Sprit Bottle, hello. Yo, thanks for the peppers. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Doing great, how about you? I'm doing pretty pog. I'm pretty pog right now. And when I say I'm pretty pog, I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of tired from staring at screens all day. So I'm ready to stare at screens some more. Let's go. Let's freaking go. I'm pogging all the time. Yo, is that Duchamp? Hello, Duchamp. Hello, and Blueo. Redberg, hello, welcome. Colin Cartoons. Glad to hear you're doing great, Maui. You having a good day so far, Jacka? I'm having a pretty good day. I did a lot of writing today, so I kind of like exhausted my writing skills for the day, my word formation skills. So if my words are kind of like pooping out of my mouth today, that's why I've exhausted my ability to form full, complete, coherent sentences. So we'll just see. We'll see what comes out of my mouth tonight. I don't know. I don't know. I passed up doing a doing your mom joke. See, I didn't even realize that. I didn't even realize that because my brain's fried. Oz Munchkin Otter, hello. How are you doing? And Cookies and Monkeys. Cookies and Monkeys. Yo. Man's words are only mediocre now. Yeah. Only mediocre words tonight. Only slightly over adequate words. Punda Bear, hi. Hello, Punda Bear. Welcome. How are you doing tonight? Whoa, is that Percy? Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, so tonight we're gonna be doing some art. I have 2 new patron doodles I gotta do for the wonderful Flinko and the wonderful Twippy the itty bitty kitty. I gotta do patron doodles for both of them. So, I don't know if that's what I'll be doing for the whole stream, but that's what we're gonna be starting out with. So, yeah. Twip the Catto. Yeah, Twip the Catto on, Twitch. That's what we're on. Oh, hi, Mark. Oh, hi, Mark. Oh, hi, Colette. Hello, Connor. Yo, what's up? I'm blobbing. I'm globbing. There was something on my mind that I wanted to say, but now it's escaped me. It's escaped my brain. I can't pull it from my brain. What was I gonna say? Hamo says hi. Hi, Hamo. That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say hi to Hamo. Of course. Of course. From the ether. How'd Hamo get in the ether? What are they doing up there? Emotes, MFF, bad screen, good screen, writing juices? What? What are you saying, Zinchin? From the Sleepy Realm. Hamo's working on a comic? Ooh. I love Hamo's comics. I've been, like, thinking in my brain, like, I don't know. I have so many different goals I want to achieve. Like, I want to make more music. I want to draw more. I want to make more videos. And I want to have more fun streams. And I have all these things. And then on top of that, I've been considering making little comics also, because I want to get better at, like, drawing characters doing different things and junk. And I used to make comics, like, all the time. So, that's another thing I'm thinking of. But it's so hard to decide, like, what to focus on in your life. And a lot of the time, I'm just like, I feel like I don't have enough time for the things I'm trying to do already. The things I'm prioritizing, I feel like I don't have enough time for. Yo, Murphy! Hello, welcome. I'm surprised you're not... Hold on. Hold on. Hello. Now you're VIP, Murphy. Hello, how are you doing? I like the songs I heard from your YouTube. Yeah, I want to make more, like... I want to make more music. I want to. I love music so much. And it's such, like, I don't know, with like, art and me, I don't know, I don't always prefer to express myself through art. Like, if I'm having a bad day, I never really have it, not never, but a lot of the times I don't have it in my mind to be like, I'm going to sit down and draw a sad drawing, you know, like, to get my emotions out or whatever. Like, that never really comes to me as something that, oh, that'll help, you know? Not that it doesn't, it's just, that's not the first thing I think of. But music always, like, if I'm in my bag, I can always, like, turn to music. Whether it's, like, diddling a little sad ditty on my uke, or just listening to, like, music, I don't know. It's music, it's got that power. That immediate power that I crave. Your music's awesome. Thanks, Maui. The Jackamanga. The Jackamanga. The Jackamanga. What would the Jackamanga be? Really? I don't know. I don't know. I kind of like... That's the thing. I've always been like, oh, I've got to, like, think of, like, oh, a good idea to start a comic, and it's got to be, like, this thing, and it continues, and it's blah, and it's like, oh, it's good from the start. But I've kind of just realized, like, or what I've been trying to think, the way I've been trying to think about it lately is, like, I should just do whatever, and then if eventually the thought comes to me, like, oh, I could turn it into this, or whatever, it should just evolve naturally. Like, I should just draw whatever I feel like. And if it's like, oh yeah, this would work as like a little 2-3 panel comic, then that's what I should do. That's what I should do. I shouldn't be like, oh, but I don't know if I want to have this character be the main character of these comics, blah, 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 blah. It's like, no, I should just make a little thing, and it's its own thing. And if I want to make more things that are like that thing, then it'll be a whole thing. But I don't need to make it a thing from the start. I could just start with a little thing that's its own thing. See how good I am with words tonight? I'm so good with words. One Piece was pretty stinky at the start, and then retconned a lot of stuff. Yeah, like, the dude who wrote One Piece, I mean, obviously, I'm pretty sure he had, like, the ending planned from, like, the start. Because it's named after the One Piece. But, like, Yeah, I'm pretty sure a lot of what he did, he just like went along and just did it. What about the characters from those comics you did on DeviantArt? I don't know if I'll continue stuff with them. That was like a different me and a different time. I still like them and I'm still proud of those comics, but like, I don't know. It feels weird to go back to that. Like, I still have the idea in my head, but I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. LMAO. You could even start something silly and stupid, and then over time you get better at comics and have a better idea, and you could start a new thing. Exactly. Exactly. And Hama would love to see Jacket comics? Whoa. Well, if Hama would love to, then I guess I got it. Art mode, art mode. Art mode, art mode. Now we're in the art mode. The art mode. Oh my god. Zabubu would also love to see Jacka. Oh. Comics. Oh. By forbid, I gotta eat some of the eggs, yo. Skylar, are you having eggs for dinner? I mean, I'm not gonna judge, but like... Okay, I'm judging a little. I feel like eggs are for brekkie. Or with rice. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, my hat. Oh no, my hat. I bet Zabubu's pissed off right now. Pissed the fuck off. Yo, he's funny. Thanks for the redeem. Ohio. Yo, Doki. I'm here, queer, and really need a beer. Amen. Give me a beer. My mom made egg dinner. Is it like scrambled eggs? What kind of egg dinner? The ear's so cute. Oh, oh, thank you, Murphy. Oh, thank you. Okay, so... what are we doing? So we have two patrons to draw today. We got Flinko, who has this character concept that he wants me to draw, and then we got Twip, who also has more of a complete rep of their character. Twippin'. Twip-the-cato. So, I don't know, which one should I start with? Another cat, yeah. What does that make it? Okay, let me see. We've got one. Okay, we only have two cat patrons. I thought there'd be more for a sec. I was like, wait. I probably need a little bit more space, to be honest. So I'm gonna out the layers a little. I'm gonna bing, 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 bing. So now we have 10. There are 10 Doodle Pistachio patrons, which is kind of crazy. So normally when I do the end screen, well, I could just show you. It's like this. So it's just like the 8 of them. And then you got the little doodle that says see you next time. I don't know if I should... I guess I could have just 10 of them on the screen at once. And then I could just shrink my little doodle or like move it somewhere else. Yeah, that probably works. I don't think I need to like graduate to like another page just yet. Ba, ba, ba. Maybe at some point you could do rolling credits. That'd be hard. It's actually not. After I set it up once, it shouldn't be that hard to do, because if you do it in like After Effects, you could just replace the file. So like if I added more, like changed things, I could just, add more to the file and then swap out the After Effects, swap out the linked file in After Effects, and like the animation would like transfer over, which is pretty cool. This is such a cute idea. Thanks, Murphy. Yeah, a lot of YouTubers do, well, not a lot, but like a few of the ones I like, they'll do little doodles for their patrons who pledge at a certain tier, and then they'll put them in the credits. And I was like, wait, I could do that for streams. Like, because I don't make videos that often. So I feel bad for people who like give me money and then don't really get to see anything for it for a while. So I think this is a good compromise. Not even compromise, a good added bonus benefit thing. I've never seen it applied to Twitch streams, so it's smart. It's so smart. Oh, thanks. No, yeah, I think I got the idea from Vapor. I think they did it. They were doing it first, and then I was like, wait, that's a good idea. They were doing it on streams first, and I had done it on videos already, but then I was like, oh wait, I'll do it on streams too. Don't feel bad, silly. I don't know. I feel bad when people give me money. No, no, don't give me money. Boo boo. Yo, thanks for the resub. Thank you, Booby. Thank you, Booba. It's already been 4 months. Yeah. Oh. 4 months. Goddamn. Goddamn, 4 months. Oh my god. I think this is the right size. Yeah. Yeah. Time goes so fast, babe. Babe. Yeah. Yeah. It's actually, it's my little brother's birthday today. So if y'all could say, like, happy birthday, Luke. I don't think he's watching right now, but I could tell him that a bunch of people said happy birthday, and that'd be kind of nice. Yo, Demo, hello. Happy birthday, Asgore. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was Asgore in a play.
Golly.
Golly. Happy birthday, little nut. Aw, thanks, guys. Yeah. He's not little anymore. That's the thing. He's 19 now. And I'm like, ugh. Feel my bones. I can feel them in my bones. Feel my bones. Oh yeah, wow. 19, I know it's almost 20. I have two sisters. Two younger sisters. My first younger sister, she is 20. And then Luke just turned 19. And then I have a younger sister who is 15, I think. I don't know. I'm bad. I'm bad at that. Yo, what's up, Wise Doge? Welcome. And yo, Rocco! Hello! Hello, Rocco. How's it going? I got a doodle chwip. Okay, so let me just get like the basic like look down first. Ba, 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 ba. Okay. Oh, I gotta hydrate. Blah. Gotta go have a good art stream. Bye, Murphy. Thanks for popping in. Oh, also, I guess I'll say it now because Murphy's around or about to leave. This Thursday, I'll make another announcement about this probably at the end of the stream. But this Thursday, I'm gonna be streaming the Game Awards, and Reggie's gonna be there, and I'm hyped. I'm hyped for Reggie, and it's gonna be me and a bunch of members of the Board of Trustees. So I'm not sure how many people said they were gonna be there yet, but a good amount. I know so far Chris, Bug, Murphy, who else? I think Sync was a maybe. Oh yeah, Awesome Possum, Informal Scout. They're all confirmed and they're gonna be there. And I think, I don't know, there's a few other tentative maybes, but it's gonna be a bunch of us. And we're gonna be watching the Game Awards on Thursday. And Reggie's gonna be there. Most importantly, Reggie's gonna be there. But yeah, that's gonna be the Thursday stream. So, yeah. Why did I think you meant you were watching the Game Awards personally with Reggie? That would be the dream. I really wish that was the case. Also, Vapor, yo, thanks for the host. How's it going? Congrats to the newest Board of Trustees member, Reggie Fils-Aimé! Whoa! Yeah! I love Reggie. I want Reggie. I need Reggie. Literally, I was just like, when they announced the Game Awards, I was like, Reggie better be there. And then they're like, and Reggie's gonna be there. And I was like, yes, yes, Reggie. That's the saddest thing about Nintendo these days, is that you don't get your tri-monthly dose of Reggie anymore. I'm lacking the Reg. I need my tri-monthly dose of the Reginator. So I'm very excited for that. I mean, last year I think he just showed up for like, he just came on to announce one award, which is probably what it'll be again. I don't think he's like a host, but whatever. It's Reggie. I just need a little bit of Reggie. I just need like a taste. I just need a taste of Reg. It's like a scar. I think it's like it's a bandana, right? Formal Scout's gonna be there. Yep. Sold by Reggie Wii Nunchuck shirt. What? I want a Reggie shirt. I want a Reggie mask so I can wear Reggie's skin and feel like him. Walk around and just pretend that I used to work at Pizza Hut. And Nintendo, of course. Of course. He's gonna give the Gamiest Gamer Award. Did you see that? There was like those... This was like 2 years ago, but when Reggie first was on the Game Awards, he and Ninja like walked out together, and like there was like the memes. They were like the Virgin Ninja versus the Chad Reggie, and that was the extent of it. But I thought it was funny. Bye, Percy. Good luck at work. 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 Ugh. I hope it's not soul-crushing. Well, I hope it's not any more soul-crushing than it needs to be. 'Cause obviously, there needs to be a little bit of soul-crushery. See it now as like a medication aimed at the elderly, advertised with peaceful piano music in the back. Are you suffering from a lack of Reggie? Do you miss the old days where Reggie would do Reggie things? Well now, with Reginol, you can take back that feeling of Reggie. Is your body not feeling ready? It seems like the days just get longer and longer, with no end in sight. Well, my friend, you need Reginol.
Golly!
Just 2 pills and you'll be saying, my body is ready. You'll be Reggie to take on the day. Master Joe. Bum, bum, bum. Wait a sec. Twip doesn't have a nose. Twip is just like me. We're the same. I'm a shapeshifter. Bleep blue. Which one's better, Crow or Raven? I don't know enough about crows or ravens to make that decision, but I think crows are smarter, so I'm gonna say crows. If your Reggie lasts for more than 3 hours, please seek medical attention. I am not a dirty salesperson. My computer just crashed and I'm blaming you for causing it? Oh no. Yeah, it's probably my fault. My streams are just too powerful. Especially this one. I feel like I don't know, I feel like extra scatterbrained today. I keep forgetting. So I watched this video by the Healthy Gamer. Healthy Gamer GG. He's a streamer and he's a psychologist, or no, a psychiatrist or whatever. And I watched it and it was about like motivation and focusing. And he's got like a little meditation thing and I've been doing it and I feel like it's helped me feel more focused and junk. But I've been forgetting to do it the past, like, I haven't done it for like 4 days. So I wonder if that's why I feel less focused. Because I'm not meditating. Can't fucking focus for shit. Ugh. Ugh. I know, it's like, I don't know. Focusing is so hard, and like, a lot of times it feels like it's a paradox, because it's like, you know when someone tells you to like someone says try to relax, and it's like, I think I'm just quoting Rick and Morty now, but it's hard to try and relax, because the act of trying to relax makes it hard to relax. I feel like it's kind of like that with focusing, sometimes. Like trying to focus, like I will focus, it's like, I'm focusing on too much and I'm not focusing at all now. And yo, Soap, I'm gonna eat you, what? Oh, you've prepared an actual fluffernutter sandwich? Damn. I had a grilled cheese sandwich for dinner. That's pretty good. Well, I had that and soup. Soup! Bum, bum, What kind of cheese? Okay, it wasn't like a fancy one. It was just, I'm pretty sure it was just like a Kraft singles slice. But that's like the classic. I'm smart. Sorry to toot my own horn for a sec, but basically my ADHD fucks me over so much. I know. I don't have ADHD, as far as I know. I definitely have trouble focusing. I'm much better at focusing at night, but I don't do any of like my artwork stuff at night. For various reasons, I just don't. And I don't know. I hate it. I have trouble focusing during the day. I can, but it like just takes me a really long time to like get into work mode. I have ADHD though. It sucks. Sucks. Yo, Olive's here. Hello, Olive. How you doing? Oh my god, and Mr. Valentine? I have ABCD. I love the alphabet too much. I have ACDC. I love rock and roll way too much. Nah, but for real. Like, I don't know. Focus is so precious. It's so precious. And it often feels like it's fleeting. The sandwich is now gone? Oh no. No, yeah, but, what's up, Olive? Yeah, I'm drawing Twip and then Flinko. Doing the patron doodles. A little Twippy doodle. Everyone is here. Do 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 do. This is just like the little beginner doodle. I'm probably gonna redo it. I mean, dinner, broccoli cheddar soup with baked baguette? Oh, wow. But did you have vegetable soup with grilled cheese? Because that's what I had. And I already know the answer because you just told me what you had. So I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that, but that's what I had. Yeah, Vapor, right? I got so many little tiny creatures. And all of them give me money. What's up with that? What's up with that? I want to make sure they're all like roughly the same size. There's a Boo-Boo. Make Trip a little tiny bit bigger. Yeah. That's a good size. Maybe even slightly. Yeah. Yeah! So I think my eyes are wonking out a little bit more because I'm wearing my I'm wearing my glasses, my blue light glasses. Because I haven't worn them all day, and I think my eyes are kind of feeling irritated. Yo, Zinshin's hat. Yeah, I gave Zinshin a duck hat. Because they wanted a hat, and I wasn't sure what design to put on it, and they were like, do whatever, so I was just like, duck. I'm money. I'm money. What was that for? Just so your eyes don't feel shitty? Yeah, blue light glasses. I don't know. I'm not sure how true it is. I think it is a bit true because since I started wearing them, I do feel like my eyes feel less tired. But, blue light from like computer screens and stuff, or just monitors, like isn't really the best for your eyes. Like it can like strain your eyes or whatever. So when you put them on, it kind of just filters that light out. So everything like looks a little bit yellower. But it's supposed to be good for your eyes. Or better for your eyes, anyway. Lovers Melody 179, thanks for the follow. I know I haven't been reading them for the whole stream. But thank you. Thanks everyone. Why does your end credit art style remind me of the Odd Ones Out? I don't know. Does he do like kind of sketchy end credits? I'm not gonna lie and say like I'm not inspired by the Odd Ones Out, because I definitely am. But I also kind of took this idea from Zelinky, because he does little doodles like this at the end of his videos. So that's also kind of where the idea came from. And then I was saying earlier, Vapor, you do these at the, you do little like doodles at the end of your streams, right? Or I don't know if you do doodles, but you do like credits for patrons. So that's where I got the idea to put these at the end of streams also. Can you say hi to Tuesday? She's lurking right now. Hi, Tuesday. Also, happy Tuesday. It's Tuesday. Yeah, I do credits at cool little. Yeah, like that's such a good idea. Because I never thought of streams like that where you could put credits at the end, but I was like, wait, no, you totally can. People have end screens for streams all the time. And I do these way more often than I make videos. Just notice how your letters are all different sizes. Are they? Yeah, I just try to make them look fun. I kind of like, I don't know, I'm a very like sketchy kind of artist. Like, I really like things that look sketchy. Not sketchy like, oh, that's kind of sketchy. Like, you know what I mean. So I kind of try and like embrace little imperfections with like my art. Heroine's very good and fun, yo. It's very like comic inspired, like Captain Underpants or something. Oh, thanks for the bet. You know I'm right. Am I right, Jacka? Wait, what do you mean, Flinko? What are you? Wait, what? What are you asking? You can toggle the blue light on Windows 10? Oh yeah, I think I have heard that. Yeah, but I got like the glasses. I like the glasses a little bit more because I still like to see like the accurate colors. So when I can just like, you know, lift up the glass and be like, okay, that's how it actually looks. Although these ones are pretty good. They don't change the colors too much. So it's not gonna like look completely different when I take them off. And I gotta stretch. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Badger Doos. We're saying Zoo always comes crawling back like a dog. What? Like a dog. Like a dog. I mean, I don't know. Okay, here comes the annoying part where I have to redraw it. Bah. Blah. It's hard to redraw things. And I say that, and yet I make animations, which is pretty much just redrawing over and over again. You should have a version of Jacko with glasses. I feel like they would have to be really big. My model has like enormous eyes. Like sometimes I look at them, I'm like, they're kind of really big. Like I like how they look, but the glasses, they either have to be like comically small or like very big. Big old dinner plate glasses. Make you look cuter. Yo, hey, Laurels. Big ol' eyes. Quit looking at me with them big ol' eyes. Foxander has a stream with glasses on, and he has big cartoon eyes. Oh. Oh, was that recent? Maybe I'll check out the VOD. Let's see how they did it. Did you make your own VTuber model? I did. I did. With my own 2 hands. Bury the bee, thanks for the follow. I'm gonna follow you. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks. I owe you my life. Not really. Luckily, there's some people on the internet, and luckily none of y'all are like this, but there are some people on the internet where they're like, oh, blah. Like they think like people who they follow or like support in some way like owe them. Like, oh, you owe me everything. I made you. Like they're like that, and he's like, oh my god. Oh my god. So thanks for not being like that, you know? Thanks for not being evil. Those people aren't real. I refuse to believe. No, there are some people, I mean, they won't like explicitly say it, but there are definitely people like that. Do I have a blood pact with anyone? Last time I checked, no, no blood pacts. Maybe like, ow. Oh wait, no, that's the naked button. I think I had a pact, not a pact, but like with one of my exes, where we were like, oh, if we're 40 and neither of us are married, want to just get married? Or something like that. It wasn't like, I don't think it was super serious, but yeah. Yep, and the hat's back. But yo, Kentucky Duck, what's up? I know some audiences for anything can get weirdly greedy. I feel like, honestly, to be honest, I feel like the internet's gotten better in terms of that kind of stuff. Like, it's not as crazy as it used to be. I feel like, especially with YouTubers and junk, like, people seem more understanding when it comes to like creators not being able to, like, you know, if they take a break or whatever. I feel like people are like, oh yeah, you deserve a break. Like I've always been like very surprised by the people who watch my videos. Anytime I'm like, oh, sorry for like not posting, there's like, that's okay, take as long as you want. And I'm like, oh okay. All right. So in the lore, your hat is made of nut, but not you, the creature. Yeah, I think so. I think I just wear a nut. I think it's just like... I think it's just a hat. Maybe I got nut blood. Yeah, we just like your stuff, my dude. Thanks, Flink. Thanko, Flinko. I don't like how this is... Look. Why can't I draw this other side of fluff? Keep drawing it like too big or too small. But... let me see. I got nut brain. People are definitely reeling back their language and researching more situations. Hopefully it's like more people in general and not just like the people I watch or the communities of people I watch, because I feel like it might be a little bit of both. Because also, like, I could be saying this and be like, oh yeah, people are great, but you know, I don't like watch like I don't know, Jake Paul or whatever, where I don't know, I feel like maybe I'm being judgmental. Maybe their communities are like super nice and accepting also. But maybe they're not. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm the asshole. Now you know my pain. I think the Twitch community has definitely generally gotten more caring and less toxic over the past few years. That's good. Some communities, particularly debate communities, are growing more toxic. I think as Twitch has gotten more popular, more wholesome, and nice, people got into streaming and not just edgy gamers. Not just the edgy gamers who are like, alright guys, let's escape reality together. Yeah. Also, I hate women, because I'm sweaty and edgy and a gamer. We're not gonna let the girls play video games, because I'm a gamer. People like that are so funny. Funny in like the wow. Like the wow kind of way. Like, you know, like the kind of wow funny, you're like, wow. Alright. Okay. You exist. Yeah, they're like cartoon villains. Yeah, what Vapor said, platforms for streaming have gotten more mainstream as opposed to the old live stream days. They definitely have, and I'm glad like art is more of a thing on streaming platforms. Okay, you know what? I think I might redo this. I think I might just redo it. Hold on. Boop, boop. I'm just gonna go ham. I'm going ham. Okay, I like that side. The struggles of being a digital artist and not having texture from the page, because there is none. Thinking cartoon villains, and nowadays cartoon villains are just real. Cartoon villains are real, and they have a podcast that you can listen to and become indoctrinated into their cartoonish evil ways. That's what's so funny about it. I don't want to like get like down in the deep dumps or whatever, but like technology scares me like in ways like you know, like deep fakes and junk. I've had like relatives, I'm not gonna say which relatives, but I've had relatives literally like come up to me, or not come up to me, but like, okay, yeah, no one's come up to me, but like there was one time at like a party I saw on my relative's phone some picture of like some picture of, oh my god. It was two pictures of Joe Biden next to each other, and like one of the pictures had like a few red circles around it on like certain parts of his body, and my relative was like basically trying to tell me that Joe Biden has like a body double who does his speeches for him because he's too old to do them on his own or something. And like that certain videos that he's done are actually deep fakes and stuff. And I'm just like, I'm like, I don't think so. And they were like, oh, you think I'm crazy? And I was just like, bah, I'm gonna go over there. And I just like, there's just like, I'm just like, oh my god. Like, people, the scary thing about technology and the internet is like crazy information can spread like that. And the scariest thing is that it's not completely unfeasible. I mean, if you're smart, you can recognize a deep fake and stuff like that. But they're definitely getting better to the point where it's like eventually it's going to be like, can people recognize the difference between something that's obviously fake and something that's not? And that's what's scary to me, because it's like deepfakes and stuff like that are going to keep getting better and better. And eventually it's going to be like, can we even trust like video footage as like evidence anymore? It's like eventually we're not even going to be able to trust it. And it's going to be like, then what do you do? Then people could fake like everything and then no one knows what's real. And I'm like, oh my god, we're going to die. We're going to die. Remember how The Matrix said everything was at its peak for humanity in 1999? I haven't seen The Matrix, but I believe it. I believe it. Peak Facebook conspiracies, exactly. Facebook's running the world. We're entering the metaverse. Everyone knows that the US is controlled by the Patriots, and soon Metal Gear will be unleashed upon the world. Good. But yeah, like what you're saying is interesting. Like, public education failed to keep up with modern technology. And because like older people, that's why so many older people get like scammed on the internet. You know, because they don't have like the literacy, the like internet literacy to not, you know, get scammed by obvious scams, because they don't know. They're like, I don't know about the internet. Like, I'm getting a message saying I won $100, I'm gonna click it. I want $100, like, you know, stuff like that. And they're only getting more tricky. I haven't seen The Matrix. Vapor hasn't seen it either, yeah. How do you all see the red pill / blue pill memes and not go see The Matrix? I don't know. I want to watch it eventually. All I know about The Matrix is that Keanu Reeves is in it, that it's a trans allegory, and that he does that cool thing where he leans back and dodges the bullets, and that there's a red pill and a blue pill. Internet's a scary place. Yeah. It's scary, but it's also like, I don't know. My life would be completely different without the internet. It would probably be a lot more... I actually don't know how my life would be without the internet. I almost like can't imagine it. I can. Like, I could totally be like, oh, there's a version of me that never made YouTube videos or whatever. Never got better at art because I didn't have like all those resources and junk. But it's hard to picture where I would be. Ever thought of doing CC for your streams? Wait, what's CC? Like, look up the FCC Fairness Doctrine, which, which is no longer active, that combined with polarized media and the aftermath of the 2008 crash, cutting down old magazines done in number. What? You can read a lot into The Matrix. It's the most referenced piece of media in philosophy academia. What? Really? These references to The Wizard of Oz and Alice in Wonderland in The Matrix. That makes sense. I don't think it was a trans allegory. No, I'm pretty sure the creators like literally came out and like, yeah, it is. I'm pretty sure they like literally said it was. Can you imagine not being a cartoon talking about crazy people while drawing a cat? I couldn't. Well, yeah, I can, because I couldn't imagine this like a year ago. So I totally can. It's kind of a bonkers film. I gotta see it. Also, Le Pee Poo Poo. Hello, Melson. Hi, Sean. How you doing tonight? But there's other themes in there too. Yeah, there's definitely other themes, but I am like 90% sure that the creators literally came out and they were like, yep, it's a trans allegory. I'm sure like, it's kind of like, you know, there's tons of movies where you could look at it through a different lens and be, that's like the cool thing about media. And also the crazy thing about media is you could look at it from many different lenses and be like, oh, this is kind of like this. Oh, that might be symbolism like this. Blah, 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 blah. You know, like stuff like that. Like I remember seeing stuff where like on TV where they were talking about E.T. and there's the one scene from E.T. where E.T. shows up in the backyard and there's a light behind him and oh, it's a metaphor for Jesus Christ and like stuff like that. And I'm like, oh, like maybe that was on purpose, but also maybe it's just like symbolism and symbols often overlap, you know? What would you do if someone confessed their feelings to you? I don't know. That's very contextual. Baron Von Fuzzbutt, thanks for the follow, butt. Thanks for the butt follow. J.K. Rowling says Dumbledore was gay all along. Yeah, like, the J.K. Rowling is like... No, I don't like J.K. Rowling. She's kind of an asshole. Yeah, every American movie is a metaphor for Jesus Christ if you try hard enough. I mean, like, literally, you could be like, oh, that's a metaphor. Like, I'm not saying it's wrong. I don't want anyone to be like, oh no, my theories are not correct. But like, a lot of the things people are like, oh, that's a metaphor for the Bible. It's like, well, it doesn't have to be. Like, you could totally see it that way, but it doesn't have to be. Like, a lot of times there's just very common symbols in movies and junk and literature. And like a lot of it's just like, oh, the hero's journey arc. It's like, yeah, a lot of times in movies and stuff and books and films, the hero or character will have to like reassess and like reinvent themselves in order to succeed in the end or whatever. You know, there's like scenes where like, there's lots of scenes in like rain and stuff. Oop. Danny Bub. Yo, thanks for the resub, Danny. Thanks for being a nutty buddy. For 7 months. 7. Like the 7 deadly sins. Oh my god. Oh no. Or like 7 like lucky 7s. See, there's different ways you can read things. What was I saying? A lot of times, like, water is often used in like movies and stuff as like kind of like a cleansing for like a character or like a rebirth. And maybe that's tied back to like biblical stuff or whatever. Maybe it's not. I don't know. But it kind of just makes sense. It's like, yeah, water washes you off. So like, yeah, that there's like water and like baptism and stuff. But it's also like, bruh, it's water. Water makes you clean. And the whole thing is that now it's a metaphor for like, oh, they're being cleansed of their past transgressions. Now they're going to move on. Like the dude who's like been angry and hating everyone for the whole movie gets really upset and runs out in the rain. It's like, it's raining and everything's awful. And then the sky clears and then he's like, wait a second, I'm gonna change my life. Like there's so many scenes like that or whatever where like sad stuff happens in the rain, but then it's kind of like it's over. So I'm just basically what I'm trying to get at is, yeah, you can read movies and books and everything in so many different ways. Like 7 rings in hand. 7 rings in hand. Just one single hand. Nicolas Cage loses his pig and is thrust into a journey to recover what he lost and learns a lesson along the way. Exactly. My English teacher was saying that Christ allegory, I would say allegory, was a possible reading of The Matrix, and for the record, he was saying it was a possible reading of it. And in fact, he was strongly implying you shouldn't read it that way. I'm just saying it's one possible reading. Yeah. That's like the thing. Like people bring their own. I feel like I feel like such like a film snob right now, but like people bring their own biases to like everything. Like no matter what, you're always gonna be kind of biased. That's like why that's why there's always things on like Twitter and stuff where people are like, oh, like these 2 characters are gay, and then there's always people who are like, oh, I just thought they were really good friends. Like, you know, like if you're not, there's people, they'll just see it the way they want to see it no matter what, you know? It's usually more interesting to think about what X is a symbol implies about the subject matter of the story instead of trying to weld it into a mold. Yeah. This is America. Please speak Americanish. American. Also, hey Scout, what's up? Americanish. Like, why read a savior allegory into a story? How does that differ in the story you're reading versus a religious text, you know? I think I get what you're saying. Yeah, I think the secret is to just make it extra floofy. Just make TWIP extra floof. Yo, what's up, Rhymey Noodles? We speak English here, sir. Hi, Jack. How's Arden? Arden's going pretty good. We are vibing. I don't even know what we were just talking about. We were talking about symbolism in media because we were talking about The Matrix. And basically, the conclusion of this TED Talk is that you can read things in different ways, and a lot of times people will put their own way of how they see it out there, and they'll be like, this is the way that it's supposed to be seen. But it's, you know, that's not always it's not always the case. So I'm gonna move myself down a little bit. My leaf keeps like cutting off. Farting. Yeah, and we're farting. Can we actually have a Matrix viewing in Discord? Maybe. Probably. I don't know. What's the Matrix rated? Not that I like 100% care. M for mature. Oh my god. Rated M for mature. Rated T for trans. Rated E for evangelical. Why do you care? You do not care on it. Well, I don't care for myself. I just, you know, I know because the server is 16 and up. Whatever, 16 is probably fine. Yeah, that's right. I'm showing R-rated movies to underage people. Yo, Danny Bub. Danny, thank you so much for the gift sub. The TWIP. Yo, you didn't have to do that. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, that looks pretty good. Methinks. It's for educational purposes. It's okay, yeah. Little Sprout's got to clear out for the Matrix watch party. Yeah. Yeah. Got 30 minutes till calc? Ugh. Ew. What time is it for you, party? What time zone are you in? Because if you have Central Time, damn, you have a test at 7 p.m. Sounds awful. I had my final today at 6:30 p.m. Not surprised. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo, Tommy. Hello. How are you doing? Are we all having a nice night? Yeah, we're having a pretty good time. Oh no, this video is unavailable. What video? I can't open the video. What the heck? Okay, but yeah, I just read what you wrote, demo disc. That's fair. That's a fair interpretation. My calculus class runs from 6 to 7:50 on Tuesdays and 6 to 8:50 on Thursdays. Jeez. I know like a lot of graduate courses are like kind of later. I didn't know like that other ones could be that late. At least I like calculus type stuff. Like I feel like math, it's like how can you do math at like that late? I feel like my brain is like done after a certain time of the day. Actually, but I'm better at focusing at night, so I don't know how that makes sense. Much rather late than early. I don't know, but I like being done. I like being done for the day. At least with like work, like schoolwork and stuff. I guess that's the difference. Like with art, it's like I don't feel annoyed to do it. Whereas with schoolwork, I'm like, I gotta do this. Yeah, I love this song too. No art class in school is pain. Too many mandatory projects. Wait, are you saying art class in school is pain? Because yeah, art projects in school often kind of suck. It's hard. There's this one project I had to do where I had to make like a miniature installation that would like go in a museum or whatever. And I made this one. I made this like double layered one where you're supposed to make a little miniature museum exhibit, basically. An installation that's like, oh, this is a room you walk into and it's like a little experience. And I made one and it was pretty cool. It was like the whole idea was you walk into a room that's really dark and there's a hole in the ceiling. And then if you look up through the hole, there's like shadowy kind of figures looking down on you, but they all have like mirrors for eyes. So when you look up, you see these dark shadowy figures and their eyes are mirrors and it reflects you back at yourself. So that was like the little concept I came up with, and I made it out of like what's it called, like foam boards and like clay and like Model Magic and stuff. And I made this whole little thing, and it was hard because I had to make it like in real life, this little miniature version of this installation. And I spent all this time on it. I spent so much time. My friend, he's in the same class and he makes an installation. He comes up with the idea like pretty late. He doesn't start working on it till like the day before. His idea was just, a candy room and there's just lots of candy. And like, I mean, it wasn't like a bad idea. It's just he didn't spend a lot of time on it. He bought like pixie sticks like right before class, and then he like poured it into this little plastic section. It's like, oh, and this part there's a wall, and there's pixie sticks pouring out of it, and like basically we go in to class, and I'm super tired because I was up all night finishing my thing, and so was he. But he only worked on it for one night. I was there for like the whole week working on it. My teacher, I don't know, she was kind of, I don't want to say like a stoner, but there was definitely certain classes where she seemed very wonked, very zonked. And this class was one of them because she looked at mine and she was like, oh, that's pretty neat, that's pretty cool. But she was like enamored by my friend's candy installation. Like she like would not like pull her eyes away from it. She was like, oh my God, candy. Like, he gave her some candy too, and I was just like, damn it. What is this? She barely even paid attention to mine. And then he wound up getting a better grade than me. I got like a B-, and he got like, I think he got like an A+. And I spent like so much more time on mine, and I was like, man, my concept's so cool and like unique and junk. And the teacher just loved the candy, and she didn't love mine. And I was just like, what the hell? I hate when art projects are so like subjective like that, when it's like I spent more time on this and I got the worst grade just because she liked the candy more. And I was just like, what? It was funny. Like I wasn't like mad at my friend. I just thought it was like, it was funny. It was like, okay, like wow. All right. It was a wow funny. It was like, wow. This is how it is. It's how it's gonna be. It's a funny story, and it's fun to bring it up with my friend every now and then. But it was just like, I don't know. I have not had the best art project experiences in school. Sigma male. Bye, Jack. Oh, you're heading out, Endler? Thanks for hanging out. Hope you have an awesome night. What did you learn from that experience? I don't know. Art is very subjective, and yeah, basically I learned like art grades are like kind of a load of crap. A lot of the time. Not all the time, but sometimes, yeah. And it was kind of annoying. I think because of that, I got a B+ in the class instead of an A. And I was just like kind of upset because it was the only B I got that semester. And also, that was the semester that I had appendicitis, and I missed like a week. No, I missed like 2 weeks of classes. So I also had done like a butt ton of makeup work that semester. So on top of doing that, I also had to catch up on all my old stuff. And then she gives me a B+. And I was like, B+ is almost a C. And then like B+ is almost an A. But it's like, yeah, effort does not equal grades. B+ is almost an A, but that's the thing. It's almost an A. It's like, just give me an A. Just give me an A. I'm right there, please. Please. Hi, Fabupona. Is Jack appendixless? Yeah, I don't have an appendix. Appendix me not. Was removed. I literally almost died because of that. Did I ever tell you all about my appendix story? I don't know if I ever did. Ugh. Your art's so cute, I love. Oh, thanks. Thank you. I'm working on doodles for patrons. No? Appendix story, does it come at the end? Oh, does it come at the end? Oh. I get it. That's an awful joke. It's so good. I don't know if I ever told my appendix story, but basically, so it was kind of wild. So I had just gotten back to college after winter break, and I think it was literally like the weekend I got back. Me and my friends went to go see the movie Split at the movie theater up the street from campus. And this was freshman year, I think. So none of us had like cars or anything. We weren't allowed to bring cars up to the campus. So we were all like walking to the theater. We see the movie. I didn't like it that much. I was like, eh. It was all right. I didn't really like it a lot. I thought the ending was really stupid. I was just like, whatever. A few of my friends really liked it, but I didn't like it. I was like, I'm feeling pretty split on this. So we go to a diner afterwards, and I just feel like I have like the worst stomach ache. Like my stomach is just like, it's just like hurting. But at that point, it really just felt like I was really hungry. I was like, man, I'm so hungry. So I ordered like a bunch of stuff. I got French fries. Then my friend does an odds are with me to dip my French fry in mustard and then a milkshake. I think that's what it was. It was mustard and then a milkshake, and I lost it. So I had to dip my French fry in mustard and a milkshake and take a bite. And I think I did that. And that might have triggered it. That might have triggered the end times, because my stomach hurt more after that. And I was like, damn. Why does my stomach still hurt? And I was like, it must be the French fry and the mustard. Or it must just be because I really didn't like that movie. I don't know, but my stomach hurt after I ate. And I was like, well, I guess I'll just go sleep it off. I wake up in the morning and it still hurts. In fact, it hurts even more, and I can like barely move without like feeling in pain. And I was like, oh my God, this is bad. So I tell my mom, and I think she told me, she's like, oh, well, actually, before you, I think it was like right after I left, she and my sister both had like a stomach bug. So my mom was telling me like, oh, it's probably a stomach bug. And I was like, oh, you're probably right. Because I also felt like a little nauseous too. So I was like, okay, it's probably just a stomach bug. So I'm gonna just like lay in my bed and lay low for a bit and hope that I feel better. So another day passes, and that day was pretty much just spent lying on my bed, curled up, like in pain. And I would get up occasionally and like try to make myself like throw up, because I thought if I threw up, I would, you know, be past the wave of feeling bad. But I couldn't, because I didn't have to throw up because I didn't have a stomach bug. And I basically just laid in my bed, and then I was like, well, hopefully tomorrow I'll feel better. And the next day, I did not feel better at all. And I think by this point it was like Tuesday. And then that day, my friends were bringing me food. They would like bring me soup and stuff. I would be like, can you please bring me food? I feel super sick and I like can't get up and move and junk. And they were like, okay. My roommate Jared, he is like, oh, you know what, Jack? I think I'm feeling a little sick actually. And I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. Just lying in my bed dying, and he's like, yeah, I feel sick. So then he's in bed like, I feel so sick, blah. I'm like, all right, I really don't care. I'm just trying like not to die. I'm trying to like hold on to reality. And yeah, that whole day passes, and then by the end of that day, he's like, actually, I feel better now. Haha. He literally like pointed at me and like laughed because I didn't feel better. And I'm literally like curled up in bed dying. And then I think Wednesday, I managed to like muster the strength. I was like, okay, something's definitely really wrong. And I walked to like the infirmary, the nurse, the doctor place on campus. I walked there. I basically like limped there. I bet they feel like a jerk. Yeah, no, I'm good friends with him, and like, yeah, he's like been like, wow, I feel bad for that. Like now, like after he knew that I had appendicitis, he felt bad about it. He was like, oh, he just thought I had like a stomach bug, which is what I thought. That's what I was telling everyone. But basically, yeah, I limped all the way to like the doctors on campus, which was like on the other side of campus. They did some tests and then they sent me in an ambulance. And I didn't know that ambulances cost money. My dad was mad at me for taking an ambulance, and I didn't understand why. I was like, I'm dying. But literally I get to the hospital. I had to wait in the emergency room. I had to, like, the nurse had to do like scans of my belly and junk, and I wasn't allowed to eat or drink the whole time I was there. So keep in mind, I hadn't eaten since, I had like little stuff. I had like crackers and maybe like a little bit of soup over like the past 3 days. But I also hadn't drank a lot, and I was so hungry and so thirsty. and they wouldn't let me eat or drink because they had to like scan my insides and junk. I don't think I got to eat or drink before the surgery either, because then they told me, like, yep, you have appendicitis. Your appendix is literally like about to burst. It's like on the brink of bursting, or maybe it had burst. I don't know. I don't think it had burst. I think it was like on the brink of bursting or something. They were like, yeah, if you hadn't come to us like when you did, it probably would have burst, and it's like so huge, like you probably would have died. And I was like, oh my god. Oh. And then I had to go into surgery, and my parents showed up at that point, and it was kind of wild. And I was, afterwards, I had to like, I forget, they like really, I really had to, they had to like make me pee, and I had to like, there was a thing where it's like I couldn't leave until I pooped, but I couldn't poop, or like I didn't have to. And eventually I did. But also my roommate was like the worst roommate ever. He was just watching Diners and Drive-Ins with Guy Fieri. Diners, Dives, and Drive-Ins. Whatever that show's called. He was just watching that the whole entire time. Like on super loud. And like laughing. And like also he was like coughing the whole time. He's like and like apparently he was a regular to the hospital. They were just like, oh, welcome back. His name was Glenn. Like, oh, welcome back, Glenn. Here for another, like, triple bypass heart surgery or whatever. And he's like, yep. I'm like, what? This guy is nuts. And he's just watching Diner Drive-Ins and whatevers. The whole entire time, Guy Fieri.
8 months, I
literally hate Guy Fieri because of that. Yo, follower. It's such a baby bump. Yo, congrats. You almost got the baby. Thanks so much for the resub, follower. Yo, I appreciate that. But yeah, that was my whole experience. My friends visited me. My friend said like, sorry. He's like, oh my gosh, I didn't think you had appendicitis. And I was like, yeah, uh-huh. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. But that was a whole experience. And I had to leave, and then I was home for like a week. And I had to like, it was kind of crazy. I had to like muster up the strength to like walk again because I like hadn't moved in like a while, and I went through like that whole surgery. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, that's my appendicitis story, and I blamed the whole thing on Split and a French fry with mustard and milkshake, but mostly Split. I did not really like that movie. It should be a Jackademia animated. I thought about that. Like when it was happening, that was when I like first started my channel. And I was like, man, this will be such a good story time. But now I'm like, I don't want to animate all that. Thanks for the story. Oh, you gotta go for calc. Good luck, Hardy. Good luck with your final. That guy was watching Guy Fieri and it started at a diner. Coincidence? I think not. Probably right. I think not. Yeah, Guy Fieri was just playing with my intestines, my stomach. Appendicitis. Sorry that all happened to you. Yeah, that was kind of like the worst year of my life. Probably. Me and my friends like kind of joke about it. We're like, yeah, remember that year like you had the worst year like in history? And I was just like, yup. That was 2017. That was the year okay. I'm not trying to like make people feel bad, but this is how bad this year was for me. That was the year I lost my voice. Well, I lost my voice at the end of 2016, but that was the year it got really bad. 2017 was also the year I got my appendix out. It was also the year I got my wisdom teeth removed, which was kind of sucky, but not the worst thing ever. My house caught fire that year, and we had to live in a hotel that whole year also. That sucked. A bunch of our like stuff got ruined. That was also the year my pet bunny died, which was very sad. I miss Charlie. And that was the year I had to get brain surgery because then I found out I had a tumor in my noggin, and that was what was causing me. That was what was causing my voice to be gone. So kind of the worst year ever. There's probably more too. There's probably a few more things that I'm not even remembering. But yeah, kind of the worst year of my life. My house caught fire, yeah, from like the basement. Like basically the whole inside was like ruined and we had to get like everything redone. It didn't like collapse, but everything inside was like ruined. And luckily no one was home when it happened. But yeah. So my friends are like, yeah, Jack has like the worst luck ever, but it was all concentrated into 1 year. Since then, my luck's been like pretty alright. And then I have another friend who has bad luck in general. That year negative Jacko was born? Probably. Then a grand piano fell on me. Honestly, probably like metaphorical grand piano. Probably fell on me. You know why your house caught on fire? It was in February, I think. There was like a snowstorm, and there's like a wire that goes to our house from like the street light or whatever, and I think a tree fell or something. The wire got like yanked out from my house, and it caused like a short circuit in the basement, which is where the breaker is. Because of that, the breaker like went on fire, and then it started in the basement. Not a lot of people like deal with that kind of thing. So it's kind of weird. It's like you bring it up and people are like, "Oh my gosh," but it's like, I don't know. It's hard to relate over it. You know? I don't know. Was it 2018? I also had a bad 2018. No, it was 2017. Evil Jack could be like, I have a strong voice and I was born with 2 appendices. I'm pretty sure like the appendix is like not useful like at all. But they don't remove it unless they need to. But it's kind of scary. It's like, for most people, I think there's like 2 points in your life where you're most likely to like have your appendix burst, and I think it's like when you're in your like late teens, early 20s, and then when you're like in your 50s or like 40s. So it's like during those times, it's kind of like a mysterious ticking bomb, a time bomb or something. Hi Jack, are your characters cute? Hey Blue Ephoros, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Evil Jacket doesn't like the taste of milk. You don't like milk? No, I like milk. I don't drink it as much as I used to. And I don't think milk... I'm trying to not drink as much milk. Well, not even trying. I just don't drink as much milk as I used to. But I like milk. I like dairy. I love cheese. So I think by extension, I like milk. It's just a law. I was wondering if you consider yourself a furry. It's kind of cat-like. On some level, yes. Jack is as much as a furry as I am. Yeah, so a mega furry, right? The biggest furry of them all. The fact that yours lasted for multiple days is incredible. the appendix thing, yeah, like, they were, like, very, like, surprised and astonished. They were like, man, you didn't come in for, like, 3 days this whole time? And I was just like, yeah. They're like, wow, you almost died. And I was like, oh, oops. So yeah, if you ever have, like, crippling stomach pain where you, like, can like, barely move, and it lasts for, like, more than an hour, more than, like, a few hours, maybe even more than an hour. I'm not really a medical expert. You should definitely get that checked out as soon as possible. In a sense, you're lucky. Yeah. Lucky? Yeah, in a sense, I'm kind of lucky. In a sense. Sorta. Almost died. Yeah, like, in a sense, I'm lucky, because it's like, there's been multiple times where I've almost died. But I haven't. So I'm lucky that I survived, you know? It depends on how you look at it. If I was born, like, in the 1800s or whatever, I would definitely be dead. Because I was also born early. Like, 6 weeks early, I think. I was born with a hole in my lungs.
Oh, no.
So basically, I'm only here because of modern science. So this stream was brought to you by Modern Science. Oh yeah, and Zabuba almost died last week. Zabuba literally fell off a ladder and almost hit his head. But didn't. Super luckily. Which is scary. That's why they say, like, oh, you should live each day like it's your last. And this is like that. All this is morbid. I don't like thinking about it, but like it is kind of true. You never really know when something scary and crazy might happen. I must have shat on a black cat or something that year. I must have. It's those 9 lives. Yeah. The easel system, thanks for follow. Yeah, I have 8. I probably have like 8 lives left. I probably have less. Probably like 6 lives left. But yeah, we all need to stop almost dying. Commit. No. No, don't commit. Commit to living. That's what I mean. It's Twippy. Twippy the itty bitty kitty. Or Twappy the addy batty catty. I want to make a song like this. Like one that's just jamming. It just goes hard, but it's very simple. Oh. Jack, you had pneumothorax? What's pneumothorax? Is that a... I don't have a thorax. I'm not a bug. And Boo Boo should have just done a backflip. I'm no longer just lurking. Yo! What's up? What's up, Tuesday? Also, what's up, lurkers? Hello, thanks for lurking. I appreciate y'all. If you're ever lurking and you want a token of appreciation, type in !lurk. A token of my appreciation. Andre Despair 035. Thanks for the follow. I don't know what accent this is. It's kind of falling apart the more I do it. The more I do it. I'm lurking. Hello, Webster. Yo. The Webster lurk. Top tier lurk. How you doing, Webster? How is I mean, if you want to continue lurking, that's completely fine. But how is the con? I don't know which one it was. MFF? Midwest? Oh, it was Midwest Fur Fest, right? Mid-Webster Fur Febster. It was dope. Yeah, I saw those pictures of like you and the others in the server, and I was like, whoa, everyone's real. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's so wild. Everyone's real. And yo, Chris lurking too. We got a lurk party. Lurky turkey. So hi Topaz, how are you doing? Mother frickin' festival. Mother frickin' festival. That's what it stood for. Lurking is Pog. Lurking is Pog. You know what else is Pog? VOD watchers. I'm just gonna shout out all the VOD watchers, shout out all the lurkers, shout out all the people who click on for a second and then go ew and leave. Shout out to y'all also. Shout out to my mom who sometimes lurks, apparently. Shout out to my little brother Luke, whose birthday it is today. Happy birthday, Luke. I'm on mobile delay, so I can't really chat. That's fine. I have lurked many times on all of y'all's streams. I just show up and I'm just like breathing, like like if I think of something funny, like really funny, where I feel like I have to say it, I will say it. That's usually how I judge if I say something on certain days. Other days I feel like, yeah, I want to chat, and then I'll be like, bloop, bloop, bloop. Luke birthday! Happy birthday, Luke! Shout out to me, who's conveniently always scheduled to do something else during jacket time. Yo, shout out to Kazu. Of course. And shout out to everyone who wants to watch my streams, but I'm not at a good time and then they can't. And who don't have time to watch VODs either. Shout out to y'all. I'm watching the VOD, call it post-nut clarity. Oh god. Oh god. Me every time I take off the hat. Post-nut clarity. Ah. Oh, my mind feels so clear. I don't know what I was doing before. Was it sexy though? Was it hot? I said, did someone say blended? Yo, Taco, hello. Post-nut clarity. Sexy isn't the right word. I don't know. I feel like I do need some post-nut clarity right now. We were kind of talking about some like heavy junk for this stream. Let's ask Taco. Taco, I know you're out there. Give me a, I don't know, what do you want me to talk about? What the hell was that? That was insane. What, the hat coming off? Have you not seen that? You gotta have seen that. Hell yeah, Happy Junk. First time I've seen you without the hat. Whoa. Whoa. You should talk about the blended playlist we made today on Spotify. I can't. Well, I mean, I could talk about it. There's this thing on Spotify. Not that I'm trying to advertise Spotify, because I'm pretty sure they don't really pay musicians that well. But I like Spotify. I use it a lot. They added a new thing. Maybe today, maybe like recently, where you can make a blended playlist with you and another person, or I think even more than one person potentially. But it like shows what kind of songs you guys have in common that you listen to, and then it makes a playlist that like combines your songs that you both that you like. So then you see songs from both people, which is kind of cool. And Taco was checking it out, and Taco was listening to some of the songs I like to listen to, and being all like, "Oh, you gotta listen to mine." And I was like, "I will, but I'm trying to write right now, so I'm listening to lo-fi music." And then later I got a stream, and I can't listen to GMCable songs on stream. And apparently it also updates daily, so I'm like, I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to listen to it, because it might be different tomorrow. So we'll see. We will see. Or you could talk about our trip this weekend. Oh yeah. Were you writing a script? Yeah, I've been working on my script for my next video about Pokemon, which is like, I don't know, it's hard to write about because I have so many conflicting feelings about Pokemon that I don't really want to get into right now, because I feel like we talked about Pokemon a lot already. But I don't know. I think the thing with my videos is I always want to be honest, but I also want to make a point. So I want to make my point and then be honest, but I also don't want it to be crazy long. And there's so many different things I could talk about. So that's just like the struggle with it. But I feel like pretty good about what I've written so far. I like rewrote it already. I've got like 7 or 8 pages written so far. So it's going to be at least 7 or 8 minutes. I still have to write a few more. So it might be a little long, but maybe not, because I also triple spaced it. So I don't know how long it'll be. We don't gotta talk about it. Basically just the current state of Pokemon and how I feel about it. I probably am gonna get Shining Pearl, but I'm only gonna get it because now I know what to expect. Where it's just like, and I haven't played the originals in like forever, because I lost mine as a kid. So I barely remember that much about it. And I'm not going to be going in expecting anything, like, new. So I think it's fine. I'll probably enjoy it. New Batsun songs comes out tonight at midnight. Oh, you have to listen to the new Underscores album. It's so good. They also have a concert coming up in Brooklyn in January, which I think I want to buy a ticket to. It's only $15. Tommy the Fox anti-hero? What? Thanks for the follow. Are you the opposite of Tommy Fox? The opposite? Okay. I think this looks good. Twip, if you're there, how does this look? You like it? On the Launch Island? It's gonna be in Brooklyn. Underscore's new album, where at in Brooklyn? I don't remember exactly where. But someplace, probably another like small venue type thing. And it's only $15, which is like crazy. Oh, it's like 15 plus like fees, so it's like 17. But yeah, if y'all haven't listened to Underscores, I highly recommend it. If you like, it's kind of like hyperpop, but not as hyper as something like 100 gecs. It's like hyperpop but mixed with like other stuff. I really like it. I would definitely give their new album a listen if you're curious. It came out like last Friday. We will discuss further. I props pull up. Let's go. Hi, Skyward Nerd. Agree, Underscores is awesome. They are. I love them. I love them. Okay. I think the TWIP looks good. Now we gotta do the Flinko. Art. When I do art streams, I'm so slow. I might actually make the paw a little bigger. Or maybe I won't. Or maybe I will. Now whatever. I'll keep it like that. For now. Whip. Hope y'all are having a great time. Yo, Skyard, hope you're having a good time. Yeah, we're chilling. It's a chill stream. Did I fart? I haven't farted yet. I would be honest if I had. But I haven't. Even though the stream title implies that I will. Maybe I will. But yo, hi Yuri the Furry. Uri the Furry. Or Yuri the Fury. It's fine as is. I like it. Chilling for a bit before I send this 8-hour shift. Ugh. You seen that one girl that sells her farts in jars? Ew. That's gross. It's disgusting. But I mean, if people are willing to buy that and she can make a butt ton of money off of that, then you know, power to her. Isn't that a Terraria item? Is it? I don't know. I don't play Terraria. If she's making profit, then yeah. I gotta hydrate. Ugh.
Oh no.
Thanks, Canadian. You don't play Terraria? We're changing that. I have played it in the past, but it was like way earlier. And when it was probably harder to actually like play online with people. Like you have to go through like Hamachi and all that junk. So I never really got into it. But I was just like, the time when I played it a little was when I was super into Minecraft. So I was like, I'd rather just play Minecraft. That's how I felt about Terraria. I know they're like very different, but at the time, they were like the only two games really doing like crafting stuff like that, as far as I knew. So I was just like, I'll play Minecraft. the reference. Hey, what's the stream? Hey, Founding Otter Man. I'm just doodling patrons for this stream. Still haven't played mine yet. I got it because Zuzu wanted me to. Yeah, like I have the game. Oh my god. Kirigaya Potter, yo, thanks for the raid. Hope I said your name right. How's it going? What were you playing? Or streaming? Also, I don't know why the sound didn't play for that. Hello. I've never played it either. Also, hi, Hamo. Streaming a cute dating sim? Oh, cool. I've never really... Oh, never mind. I was about to say I've never really played dating sims, but then I remembered that I played Doki Doki Literature Club. Doki Doki Panic! I lost the game? Oh. Buh. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna Waz and fill up my water. And then we'll draw out Flinko. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna take a Waz and my name is Jack. I'm gonna be right back. Gotta take out my headphones and go Slack. Okay. Go in Slack. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, be right back. Okay, I'm back. What's up? What the hell? What happened? What happened with Zabubu? Why was Zabubu timed out for 10 seconds? Do I WAS standing up or do I sit down for it? Depends. You know, I do a bit of both. I'm not gonna lie. Mama's taking a WAS. Now it's immortalized, Rhymy Noodles. Mama's taking a WAS. Mama? Mama Luigi? Who said hi? Hi there, Reese. How audio. Also, what's up, Mega? Wow. Big fat twit. Two pats. Who? Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And Blippin' Bleppy, thanks for the follow. Blippin' Blip, Blippy Bloop, Bleep Blop, Bloop Blop Bloop. Okay, so the concept that Flinko has for his character is a cube with eyes and a little mouth, and it's got a wizard hat. So we're gonna have to play around with this. But I'm pretty good at drawing cubes, I think. Sometimes. Sometimes I can draw a cube. You know? Cube Fortnite? Are cubes in Fortnite? I don't get that. Wouldn't it be Minecraft? Why wasn't this what I got? I couldn't just had an icon to represent me. Yeah, Olive made you a whole persona. Why are you complaining? Whoop. Just realized I drew this on the wrong layer. Cubes are very important to the Fortnite lore? Are they? Okay, I believe you. Okay, I believe you. Yeah, it's a wizard hat on a cube. What? I don't know what's going on. I don't know what you all are talking about. Cube Queens? Cuba? What? Hello, LPS K&M. Hello, welcome to the stream. I don't know what's happening in chat, but I'm drawing little patron doodles for my patrons. And right now we're on Flinko. So Flinko said the eyes were part of like the N. I'm gonna see if I can incorporate the letters in some way, but the thing is, these doodles are very, you know, they don't have color or anything. So it might be hard to keep the letters without like taking away from how it looks, unless maybe I make like the eyes really big like that. Like that kind of works. It's just a little You know, it's like I can't make the face stand out that much unless I like pull some shenanigans. But either I pull some shenanigans or I just keep it as a simple cube without the letters. Like shenanigans, like such as that. You know, like maybe I could pull some shenanigans. Whichever is easier. Honestly, it just depends on whatever looks nicer, I think. Because you want it to be like, oh, recognizable. It's like, oh, it's a little face cube guy. Does it spell no? It kind of does. Oh wait. Oh no, I did the wrong one. It's not supposed to be an O. It's supposed to be an I on the side. Okay, so that's supposed to be an I. Right now it spells no. No. Well, the music, your avatar is adorable. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Oh my gosh. I can't believe it. No, thank you so much. Glad somebody thinks so. Everyone else here thinks I'm ugly and stupid. Everyone, especially Zabubu. I never said that. I like how you already said that. You already denied. Neo. Yo, thanks for the pet meowing. I think you're beautiful and smart. Tuesday is the best. The best viewer. Everyone said I'm ugly too. Oh no! Oh no, well at least we have that in common. Gonna ban Zabubu for making Jacka cry. You made the viewers cry! I love chowder. I love the food chowder and I love the show chowder. Both amazing. Both better than you would expect. Handler. But no, I'm just kidding. Zabubu never said I was ugly or stupid. I think. As far as I know. And even if I was, so what? I'm just doing me. But I will redeem Zabubu. Okay, so the size is pretty good. I might have to play around with the face. I would never say you're ugly or stupid out loud. Oh, well, thanks. As long as it's only in your mind. LPS K&M, thanks for the follow. I'll redeem Zabubu with my channel points. funny. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Ah.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
You've been watching anything? I've been trying to watch One Piece. I feel like I've talked about One Piece a lot though. I'm bad at watching like multiple things at once, which is kind of awful at the current moment because literally the thing I'm watching is incredibly long. And it's weird. You know, I'm actually not that bad at watching multiple things at once. If they're coming out on a weekly basis, I could totally watch multiple things at once. It's just, I think when there's something I can watch and it's super bingeable like that, it's like when I'm gonna watch stuff, I'm just gonna watch that. You know? How many episodes? I'm on like episode like 170-ish, maybe 168. So people started watching One Piece from episode 1. He's a really big fan? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I can't believe it. I like this wizard hat. Honestly, I don't even think I'm gonna have to redo this sketch. I think it looks good. I'll probably just redo the cube part, if anything. Damn, Daniel. Damn, Daniel. I love it. I love it so much. I love it more than it deserves to be loved, I think. Because I am a lover, not a fighter. Oh yeah, the new JoJo's so good. I still have to watch part 5. I still gotta watch part 5. Okay. Watch Arcane. I don't want to watch Arcane because if I watch Arcane, then I'm gonna want to start playing League of Legends, and I don't want to start playing League of Legends because then my life will deteriorate at a rapid and unhealthy rate. Even more so than usual. Bruh. Bruh. No, but I've actually heard the show's really good. I played Doki Doki. I did. I played it like end of October. Here, I'm gonna just clone this layer so now whenever I do to it, I'll have a backup. Yep, hat. I've got to figure out a better way to do the face. Maybe I'll just do a different expression, like, cause maybe that'll like stand out a bit more. That stream was long. Yeah, that stream was so long. I literally played the whole thing in one night. I was up till like 2 in the morning or something. I had like a streak. That whole month, I had like a few nights where I was just I would stream for so long. No, there must have been something in that October air. I miss October. October is such a good month. It's pretty. The weather's nice. There's apple cider. There's Halloween. There's spooky stuff. It's so good. There's pumpkins. I love October. I miss it. Blink, blink. Yeah, my blinks are a little crazy today because I'm wearing my blue light glasses. My blue light glasses. I gotta clarify because I don't need glasses yet. Although there's been a few days where I'm like, maybe I do. But then the next day my eyes will be good again. October got the goober. Bye, LPS. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. And now I gotta hydrate. So yeah, I don't know why the titles of the songs like keep getting messed up. Extreme Elements is, I don't know, they kind of suck sometimes. Especially recently. Like the titles of the songs keep getting messed up. This is from a yeah, this is not from a Wario game. That last one, neither of these are from a Wario game. Although that song, Monsoon Jungle, is so nice. Am I gonna play the remakes? I'll play the remakes. I don't know if I'll play them on stream. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll do like, maybe I'll have like my own personal file, and then maybe I'll stream like a Nuzlocke or something. Because I've never done a Nuzlocke. I can have my nut now. My nut on now. No Nut November's done. Yeah, I know. Isn't it wonderful? Yeah, I know. Isn't it great? Thought that song was from Spirit Tracks? Yeah, the last one was. It was. That's what I'm saying. The song machine is kind of wonk lately. It'll like say the wrong title. And, like sometimes give the wrong link. Ba-ba, ba-ba. Oh, wait, this song already played. I would watch you play a Nuzlocke, then you'd name your Magikarp Boo Boo, and then you'd let it die? No! I would not. Not. I love Spirit Tracks. I like Spirit Tracks a lot. I played that game so much. The DS Zeldas, they were really fun. I don't know, I kind of miss those days where it felt like there were more Zelda games coming out. I thought they would make more like 2D Zeldas on the Switch. I hope that they do. But they've only had Link's Awakening. And then I guess there was Hyrule Warriors. on the Switch. But I don't know. I don't love Hyrule Warriors. I don't like the gameplay that much. And then there's gonna be Breath of the Wild 2. Oh, people think that they might have a trailer for Breath of the Wild 2 and like reveal like the name at the Game Awards. And honestly, I think they might. Like, what if they reveal it and then they're like, and it comes out in March? I'd be like, oh, yo. That'd be so crazy. Oh wait, but when does the new Kirby come out? I feel like they wouldn't put the new Kirby in the same month as the new Zelda. Yeah, let me look that up. Kirby Forgotten Land release date. Did they say a date? Okay, they just said spring 2022. So no specific date. Breath of the Wild was the only Zelda I finished. I played like a lot of them before I played Breath of the Wild. And Breath of the Wild was kind of like the first like open world game I played. Because I never played Skyrim or anything like that. Because I'm a Nintendo baby. Nice. Too much of a baby to play Prey? What's Prey? I feel like I've heard of that. Yeah, I dodged Skyrim. I mean, there was a point where I could have played it. I think, like, we got an Xbox 360, and I think it came with Skyrim. But I didn't play it. I literally had an opportunity, but I think part of me was still waiting for Zelda, and I was like, I'll make that my first open world game. Is that Sonic ARM music? Yeah, Back in Time, baby. Back in Time instrumental. You've heard of Prey because I told you about it. It's an FPS and you don't play this. I don't not... Okay, I don't really play them that much. Not that I wouldn't. It's just... I just don't a lot. I'm not a game... I am a gamer. I'm just a liking seeing the character I'm playing gamer. I've played Outlast. That's a horror game and a first-person game. And I played that. I played a lot of that. I beat that game. Played it with my friends in college. And we would like pass the controller around. And a lot of the times I would have to do stuff because other people would be too scared. And I would be scared too. But I was a good gamer. Minecraft is an FPS. Yeah, I've played plenty of Minecraft. I played Minecraft. I played Portal 2. I've played Metroid Prime. Although I haven't beaten Metroid Prime.
Gonna go play Skylanders
Wow.
illegally via emulation, but I'm gonna be staying around to use your stream as a sort of podcast. Trying to 3-star all levels, it has been so much fun.
Yo. Have fun, Portal Master G, and yo, thanks so much for the resub. For 7 months. Thank you. Thanks for being a nutty buddy. I like how you put illegally in quotation marks. I don't know. I don't know if that changes anything, but enjoy. I hope you get 3 stars on your levels. I've played your mom, and that was the scariest game I ever played. What the hell? What the fuck? You've played my mom? What the hell? What the hell? I don't appreciate that, Sabubu. That's it. You're going on the naughty list. You're on the naughty list. No. What do you mean no? You did the crime. You gotta pay the crime. You gotta pay the pime. Did the crime, pay the pime. Evil cube. The time. Yes. Yes. Of course. Of course. Sounds good. Sounds good. I'll put him in timeout. Pay the fine. How do you make a quote? It's exclamation point, add quote. But just to be clear, because not everyone knows, not everyone understands this. The quote is something that I say. Some people just write stuff, and it's like, oh, no, I never said that. There is one that's still in there that I never said. The rectal thermometer one. I didn't say that, but that's still in there. I gotta get rid of it. It's funny, but I didn't say it. Someone typed it out, and then I read it out loud. But I didn't say it. I didn't make it. I quote. I never said that. Okay, yeah, that would. That's a quote. I guess. Should I delete? I did it for the meme. Nah, you can leave it. I think that's a good quote to pull up. Oh my gosh, cute cat VTuber. Hi, your star boy. Your star boy. You think you think I'm cute? Thank you. I look sleepy. I'm a little sleepy. I got some sleep within. Are we all just a little bit sleepy this fine Tuesday? Yeah, but that's fine. I think Thursday is going to be a bit more lively because there will be more lives on the live stream. Because Thursday, for those of you who maybe showed up later, I'm going to be doing a stream of the Game Awards with a bunch of Board of Trustees members, including Big Nose Bug, Chris, Informal Scout, Murphy is Creature, Awesome Possum, and I think a few others. There's a few who are also like potential maybes. But it's going to be cool. I don't know if we're gonna have time to do something like Jeopardy or whatever, like we did for E3, because it's pretty long. It's a long show. It starts at 8, but there's like a pre-show that starts at like 7:30 or something, and then the show itself is like 3 hours, and we're probably gonna start at like 7. Crafty Bird, thanks for the host. Thank you. So I don't know if we're gonna be able to do anything like that, but it'll be fun. We'll just be chilling. We'll probably make comments and look at Reggie and be like, oh my god, it's Reggie! So it'll be cool. Oh, and I gotta hydrate. I think I just did that, but I'll do it again. But afterwards, not afterwards, I think during it, I'm probably gonna mute the Game Awards audio whenever they do like a musical performance, just to be safe. So if you're like someone who watches the Game Awards for the musical performances, I don't know what to tell you about that. I don't know, are those people? Do people do that? Do people watch the Game Awards for like Green Day? Because I know they had Green Day one time. And I'm pretty sure everyone, including me, was like, what? Green Day? Okay. And they played like American Idiot and like stuff like that, and like Boulevard of Broken Dreams. And I was just like, alright. I'm that guy, except not Green Day. Oh. I always just thought that was funny. Like, the Game Awards in and of itself is just kind of funny. Like, it's always a little awkward. It feels very gamer. Which I like. Which I like. I hope it stays awkward forever. Because, you know, it feels more, like, cute and, like, wholesome. And the game industry doesn't always feel like that. Not that I would know, because I'm not in it, but like, you know. From stuff that happens. I'm not a gamer, but I'm awkward. Also cute and wholesome. I don't know how to take that, but thanks. Awkward. I'm relatable. I'm like, one of those awkward internet personalities. Worky, Mom! I'm awkward! Ah! God. I just think it's funny when people are like, I don't know. Like, being awkward stuff is funny. Like, I like a lot of awkward humor. It's just always funny when people are like self-aware that they're awkward. And then they're like, yeah, I'm awkward. Ha! I'm relatable. Like, I'm not saying I'm not, because I definitely am on some level. I just always, it's funny. It's awkward. It's awkward when people do that. Kentucky Duck. What the fuck? Yo, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Wow. Wowie zowie. Yo, thank you so much. If you're in the chat and you got a gift sub from Kentucky Duck, make sure you thank them. Holy cow. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. When am I gonna draw all my 7-month Twitch subs? That's not part of the deal. Your prize are the emotes, and getting to see me go, whoa! Live. Okay, I like that. Oh my gosh. Tuesday. Yo, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Holy cow. Yeah, look at all those subs. And now you're one of them. Thank you. enjoy your nutty buddiness. Because you got that sugar daddy Prime sub. Huh? The Bezos. Yeah. The Bezos buck Prime sub. Paid for with Bezos bucks. You know what this character reminds me of, Flinko? If you're still there, it reminds me of Glover. You know Glover? I don't know why. It's probably the wizard hat and the fact that an object is like alive. Like a glove. Like Donald Glover. It's the hat for sure. Also, yo, I almost said Alex. Taco, I am still grinding.
Whoa, hype train.
Yo, wait, we got a hype train? Oh my god, thanks Danny. Thanks for 100 bits. 100 bits. Thank you. Ah. Ah. I don't know why I'm whisper yelling. Ah. Ah, oh my god. Help, I'm really far away. Help me. Help, I'm far away. There's a train coming. Oh no. Ah. Oh, the train. Oh, oh no.
One guy can say anything.
Yo. Anything. Danny. 100 more bits. Thank you. That looks pretty good. Pretty cool, right? Oh my god. Danny.
Pocket is holding me and the other mods hostage. Please CA the authorities. Gifting us giblets for the cat.
Blah la 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 la. Wow, Danny, that's a funny story. Wow, that was really funny the way you whoa. Oh my god, Zabubu. Yo. Thank you so much. 1,000 bits. Oh. Holy shit. Thank you. That's a lot. Yo, thank you. That's $10. Thank you, Booby. Thank you, Booby. Thank you, Boobies. Yo, any of y'all get that reference? The thank you, Boobies reference? Anyone? Anyone? No? No? Just me? Okay. Okay. I know if Heroin was here, they would get that. They would understand. Thank you, Boobies. Do you get it, Senshin? Can we get an F for Pog, my level 10 trigger happy who just died? Very sad. I don't know what that is, but F for Pog. No, I don't. Oh. Thank you, Boobies. No, it's from Space Dandy. Which was actually like my first anime I watched. Unless you count like Pokemon. And I saw like a little bit of Dragon Ball Z. growing up. But that was like the first anime I like sat down and was like, I'm gonna watch this. And I knew it was like anime, you know? What was your first anime? Space Dandy. Very much like a cartoony kind of anime, which I think helped. Because I was like, oh, it's like a cartoon. I've watched cartoons. I like cartoons. It's like episodic. I mean. Space Dandy got me to laugh, I think. I thought it was funny. I really just like the character designs. And like, I like the characters. Like, I don't think it was ever like, oh my god, I'm laughing out loud, aha, like funny. But it was like charming. Overlord is fucking amazing. I've heard Overlord is really good. First anime was Detective Conan, dubbed in Arabic. Detective Conan. Is Detective Conan the longest anime? I feel like we were talking about what the longest anime was last time. But I forget what we said. I know Detective Conan's like up there. I feel like the eye looks a little off. Longest by episodes or years? By episodes, I guess. It canonically takes place in the same time and universe as Cowboy Bebop, but none of the characters interact. Yeah, that's what I've heard that. Which is pretty cool. And that's why I want to watch Cowboy Bebop, because I really like Space Dandy, and the animation was really good. And I know that director's like really cool. So I gotta watch Cowboy Bebop. Because that's like the classic that like you're supposed to watch. And Space Dandy's more like a funny kind of spin on the idea. Where it's like a dude in space. Bounty hunter in space. But like Space Dandy's like the Johnny Bravo version of it. So I've seen the Johnny Bravo version of Cowboy Bebop. It's so good. Yeah, Chris, I saw you were watching it in your server. But I noticed like after you were probably like 10 episodes in. So I was like, damn. I wasn't signed up to get like the notifications. But now I am. Yeah. I'll watch it eventually. It's on my list. The list in my mind of shows to watch. Cowboy Bebop is the anime. And we got a level 2 hype train of mode. Thanks, everyone. Did I watch Death Note? I did. Death Note's so good. I love Death Note is really good. Yeah, I've watched some of the staples. But definitely not all the ones that, you know, people say you should watch. Like, I haven't seen Evangelion. Or Evangelion. I don't know how you say it. I haven't seen that. What are other ones? I feel like that one and Cowboy Bebop are like the top of my list. I see Softcat, thanks for the follow. I'm not follow. Thanks for the host. Have I watched Kakegurui? No, I haven't. Kakegurui? I don't know how to say that. Detective Conan is just behind Crayon Shin-chan and just ahead of One Piece. Oh. Watch SpongeBob. I have seen SpongeBob, yeah. If you couldn't tell. Yuri on Ice? I heard about Yuri on Ice. Oh, yeah, I haven't seen, well, I've seen like 10 episodes of Demon Slayer. Kakegurui. It's on Netflix. But yeah, Flinko, if you haven't seen Death Note, I wholeheartedly recommend it. Oh yeah, I've seen Full Metal Alchemist. Brotherhood. Bobobobobobobo. I've seen... I used to watch some of that when it was on, like, Adult Swim. Or Toonami. Like, as a kid, I thought it was so funny. But I was bad at, like, keeping up with shows. So I never, like, followed it. But I remember seeing, like, one of the earlier episodes in that show, like, made me and my brother, like, die laughing. But then I remember watching it again, but then it was never as funny as that one part that made me die laughing. But maybe I just wasn't seeing the good episodes, I don't know. I remember losing brain cells watching Bobobo. Ooh, ooh. I watched like a little bit of Naruto, like a decent amount of like the first, I don't know, season or whatever. I don't know how they split up that show on Toonami. And I remember that was one that I was trying to follow, trying to watch, because I was like, oh my gosh, this is kind of crazy. But then I remember it came back eventually and they had a different opening, and the opening was in Japanese. And I was like, keep in mind, I was like 12 or like 10 or something. And once it became Japanese, the opening, I was like, I don't know what's happening anymore. This feels weird. I'm gonna stop. And then I stopped watching it. Because they stopped making like English versions of the openings. And I was very, I don't know. I was just like, I don't understand what's happening. I was intimidated. First two seasons of Naruto I like, but I've never watched the dub. After the first few seasons, it goes into filler forever, and then into Shippuden, which failed to recapture my interest. Yeah, I heard like Naruto is like a whole season of filler. Yeah, the Japanese scared me off because I didn't know, and before it was all in English, and I was just like, what? What's happening? And keep in mind, that was like around the age where people were like, would call you weird for like watching Pokemon or like playing Pokemon. So then like something like that, I was like, okay, this is too weird for me. Because you know, when you're in America, different cultures are weird. When you're like in middle school. Did you watch the Yu-Gi-Oh anime? So bad. I did. I didn't like watch it. Like that was the thing. But growing up, like shows that had like a whole overarching story and junk, I never really was able to like watch. Because I wouldn't know when it was on. Or how to like, you know? So I would miss episodes and like be confused and not really know what was happening. That's why I just watched like SpongeBob and like Cartoon Network all the time. Because Cartoon Network was like all mostly episodic stuff. Watching High School of the Dead, this feels weird. I'ma stop. Oh yeah. When Yugi's friend jumps off the boat to try and get back a card. No! Exodia! It jumps off. I remember that. He jumps off the side of the boat. I remember like when that happens and they like kind of like freeze frame it or whatever. Remy Nobody's Girl, Romeo's Blue Skies, Detective Conan, Grenadier. Many more were aired in Arabic dub and a channel called Space Tune in the Middle East since the essence of our childhood. It's interesting hearing about like what they showed in like other countries and junk. And like what made it over. I've heard that like in like Latin America, a lot more animes. Like anime is like pretty popular, and a lot more like got like dubbed than were even dubbed in like America. Because people in like Spanish-speaking countries are more used to like dubbed over things or something like that. I don't know. Whereas like people in America, no one or like even subs. Like a lot of people in America don't really like to read subtitles. Which is like a luxury people who speak English have because Hollywood is like English. Did I watch Anohana yet? No. I'm watching One Piece. A lot of shonen anime are popular here. What's kind of entertaining is anime dubs in English, but from Malaysia. Oh, so you hear like the English dub, but then it gets subbed from Malaysia, or do you just listen to the English dub? I read subtitles. I like subtitles. Tell me you aren't gonna watch anything until you finish One Piece. No, I'll probably get to a point, maybe like after this next arc. I'll get to a point where I'm like, okay, I should, like, I can let myself watch something else. But it's like, if I'm in the middle of, like, something that's going on, I'm gonna be like, oh, well, if I'm gonna watch something, I want to watch that, see what happens. Seen JoJo Part 6? No, I still have to watch Part 5. It's dubbed in English for airing in English-speaking Asian countries like India, Malaysia, or Singapore. So it's off to an American. Oh, so it's dubbed in English, but it's different. Oh, but it's different from, like, the American dub, you're saying. Oh. Huh. That is interesting. I've heard there's an argument in Japanese King of the Hill fandom about whether subbed or dubbed. Oh yeah! Yeah, in Japan, they have King of the Hill. And there's a, yeah, people argue over whether the subbed or dubbed version is better. Which is so funny. I've wondered that. I'm like, like, yeah, like, do they argue about, like, SpongeBob in Japan? Or are they like, yeah, nah. Subbed SpongeBob is the way to go. Or like, you know, it's like weird. Like, actually, I prefer the SpongeBob dub. The dub bob. Sponge dub. I don't like one side of the eye. Hold on. It's like on the cusp of being too neat. I don't want it to look too neat. But it's like, I want it to look good. Crystal Protogen, thanks for the follow. And Garundion Nisco, thanks for the follow. Bye, Danny Bub. Have a good night or day. I don't know what time it is for you. I think it's like early morning. Have a good rest of your day. And thanks for hanging out. And thanks for the bits. Ugh. Blah. Bah. Too many furries here. SMH. SMH my head. That's just what happens. Oh. This has been a wild year. I just gotta say that. I know it's not over yet. I still got stuff I'm looking forward to. For the rest of the year, I'm going on a trip this weekend with some friends. We're going upstate. We're staying in a cabin, and we're gonna have eggnog, and we're gonna do a Secret Santa gift exchange thing. And a bunch of my friends that I haven't seen in a while are going. So that's gonna be pretty fun. But yeah, I can't believe it's almost 2022. What makes you say that? What, that the year's been crazy? Well, I don't know. It's been you know how I know it's been a crazy year? Because it's like, I would not expect myself. If you asked me at the beginning of this year, I would not have expected myself to be in the position I am right now. You know? Like, I didn't think I would be doing streams pretty regularly. I know I don't have, like, a butt ton of viewers or whatever. Like, I don't have, like, it's not like, oh, wow, you should do this full time or anything like that. And I don't even know if I would want to. But I have more than I expected I would, and I don't know. I'm definitely super thankful for that. And I'm thankful for all the people I've met through it. Thankful for all y'all who, I don't know, like to show up and hang out and keep me company. I appreciate it. I'm really happy that people are having fun in the Discord server, and I'm surprised that I've been in there more. I've been on Discord more than I've ever been. I used to not, like, talk to people or go in voice chats at all, like, ever. And now I do it, like, more. I don't do it all the time, but I do it. And that's pretty surprising. But, yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. So I wanted to say thanks. And I'll probably say thanks again towards the end of the month when we're closer to, like, New Year's. But here's the first thanks of the month. Hi, Deb the Wolf. Hello, how are you? What? Yeah, thanks for the pet noodles. Okay, I think this looks pretty good. I managed to get the N. I managed to get the letters on the cube. With the face, and it still looks good. Let me turn off the reference. Yeah, I'm surprised you made it work so well. Thank you. Yeah, I'm surprised too, to be honest. I was like ready to be like, okay, no letter, but I think it looks good. Gonna go for real. See you, Jack. Bye, Portmaster G. Have a good night. You also got a few commissions this year, which is mind-blowing for me. Yo, congrats. That's awesome. We're all making moves. We're making progress in our lives. I hope. I love your art. Thanks, Matthew. Thank you. I try. I'm gonna merge all these. The Flinko layer. I'll ask you guys later, Flinko and Chwip, like how you want your names to be written. Because certain people want like different things. You know, like some people don't want their username to be written or whatever. So I'll ask y'all later. And then I'll do that on my own time. I might actually make this a little bigger and then rotate it. So slightly. Yo, what's up, Matthew? How you doing? Whoa, my mouse. And yo, welcome back, Doki. Wait, Doki, did you go somewhere? This is cool. We got 10 patrons now. Whoop. So when I put them on, like, the end screen, I resize them. I make them a little bit smaller. So I'm gonna have to do that. Cool. Guess left unannounced. Gomenensai. Gomenensai? Jacka Oni-chan? Oni-chan! That's almost 11 people, you're right. Okay. What time is it? 9:30? How long have we been streaming? A little over 3 hours. I might just doodle a little bit. You know what? To be honest, I might just doodle for the next, like, half hour. I was drawing before this. Draw the hoodie Jacka? Oh, yeah. Maybe I'll do that. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Weird observation. Notice how everyone has different letters at the beginning of their names. Wrong. Wrong. You're wrong because there's Zinchin and Zabubu, so almost. I was like, really? And then I was like, oh wait. Do I like Nintendo? I do like Nintendo. I enjoy me some Nintendo. I like Nintendo's games. And then sometimes Nintendo does stupid things that are annoying and dumb. And then I'm like, man, Nintendo kind of sucks. But overall, I like Nintendo. Yeah, I'm so quirky. Oh no, Zabuba's quirky. Yeah, for happened to Z. Whoa!
Hope y'all are doing wee and vibing. Just want to say hey 30th anniversary to Mama Luigi from the Super Mario World cartoon.
It's the 30th anniversary of Mama Luigi from the Super Mario World cartoon today on December 7th, 2021. Oh my god! Yo, Ambitious Austin, thanks for letting me know, and thanks for the 100 bits. Mama Luigi? That's Mama Luigi to you, Mario. Mama Luigi. Mama Luigi was probably like half... Okay, that's a lie. I was about to say half my childhood, but that's definitely not true. It was at least a solid... like 30th? No, not 30th. Okay, it probably took up like 2% of my childhood. Maybe. I gotta get better at drawing hoodies, to be honest. They're like very, I feel like a lot of internet artists draw hoodies. Well, like a lot of Storytime animators give their character a hoodie. I think part of it is because drawing necks can be a little complicated. And like, I won't lie, it's definitely part of the reason I give my character like a turtleneck. Are your ears like covered by the hoodie? No, they're right here. And the hoodie's just like down back. I just got a call from my interviewer. I got the job. Oh my god. Yo, congrats. Can I ask what job? Or you don't have to answer. You'd rather not. A butt butler? Oh my god. A butt butler? When I was drawing out my VTuber model, I didn't know what to do with the neck because I didn't want human shoulders. Human shoulders. Wow. Yeah, like neck. Okay. Can I draw a neck? The neck. Necks are weird. It's like... And then the shoulders. There's like the part that goes like this. The trapezius. I'm throwing words out of my brain. whatever. There's always that part. Because a lot of people, when they draw, they'll draw people and they won't include like these parts. And then it just like goes like that. And then it looks kind of awkward. That's the part I'm always like, because then I'm like, well, what does that look like when the arm goes up? I can draw like from when I do like, I can draw like, do figure drawings and junk. But oftentimes I have to like really think hard when I'm drawing like realistic people from memory. Gonna work with Waymo on their self-driving cars? Whoa. Holy cow, that sounds like smart. Are you... Wait. Are you smart? Are you like a genius? This whole time? I had no idea. I mean, clearly you're like above average intelligence because you're here, but you didn't tell me that. You didn't tell me you were programming the future. That looks like Dream Minecraft. Dream Minecraft. That would be so funny if Dream revealed his like actual name and his last name was Minecraft. Alright guys, I've been hiding my true identity from you guys this whole time. In actuality, my name isn't Dream. It's Dream Minecraft. And there's like an uproar from the crowd. They're like, what? What? He's like, I know, I'm sorry. Sorry, I lied. It's like your last name being Adamia. Yeah, right? Basically, Birdly, yeah. Whoa, Zinchin, you're so smart. Jack Adamia. Adamia was my father's name. Call me Jacko. There was an April Fool's stream for George Not Found that was actually like that, where he revealed his name was George Lore. The George Lore. This is a habit I kind of want to break. A lot of times I'll draw characters and I'll start with the head. Which isn't always great when you're trying to like draw like interesting poses and junk. So I'm trying to get better at not always doing that. Because then I usually default to like the same few poses or whatever. Like the hands at the side. Because I always do that. But then, you know, I'll like have one hand going up. Whatever. This is a very messy sketch. That's what sketches are for. When am I gonna finish my rep sheet? Thing is, I don't know, I always draw my characters like slightly different at times. Not like completely. Ugh. But like I don't know. I have like multiple versions of the same characters. Like, there's this one that I'm like drawing where it's like a little bit more proportioned out and junk. And then, you know, and then there's like the more like doodly one. Or whatever, you know. Hello, Commander Draco. Welcome. Commander Draco. Ah. Keep looking at the guy on the right, and I want to see a pair of eyes above the dots. The dots are nostrils. Wait. Oh, this guy? Wait. Like that? Or like, it's like a knockoff Damn Daniel. Let me smell you. Let me smell you. I drew a pretty good Damn Daniel. We did an Agio, which is like draw pile. We did a draw pile on the server last week, and I drew a Damn Daniel. A Damn Daniel Luffy, which was pretty funny. I posted it on my Twitter. It was the last piece of art I posted on there. But yeah, a lot of my art I just kind of draw like this. I just kind of like sketch it out, and then I just kind of clean up the sketch. I like the kind of like loose feel. I don't know how professional that is. It's probably not that professional, but I don't know. I did a Shia surprise. Oh yeah, the Shia surprise, Jacademia. Yes. Who cares about professionalism? I don't know, professionals, I guess. Sometimes. Right? That's like, I don't know. I like the art kind of art I can do where I don't have to worry so much about it being like super duper clean. Which is like, okay, with these doodles, don't get me wrong, they're supposed to be doodles, but I feel like because they're so simple with like the line art and I can't really color them, I kind of feel like I want to make them look very neat with the lines. Which is almost a little counterintuitive to like the purpose of them, but I don't know. I reuse them also. Like I don't like redraw them all the time. So I think that's fine. It'd be one thing if you're like doing commissions, but then people would commission you for your art style specifically. Yeah, that's true. Oh, Commander Draco, thanks for the follow. Do I have a schedule, like, where one day I do games and one day I do art? It's, like, completely random. Sorry, I'm just watching videos. It's semi-random, but oftentimes I do... Well, I don't know. It's kind of up to however I feel. There was a while where I just did games over and over and over again, and then I had a while where I had, like, a few days of art in a row. But sometimes I'll do, like, art on Tuesday and then a game on Thursday. But I do Tuesdays and Thursdays. This Thursday, we're going to be watching the Game Awards. It's kind of like I just do... I don't really plan that far ahead with these. There might be something I'm like, oh, I want to stream that. And then I got to, like, kind of think, like, okay, when would be a good time for me to do that? But, like, I don't plan super far ahead unless it's, like, for, like, a specific kind of event type thing. Did you draw mine? No. I did not. One of the ones I redrew Ace's. And I also redrew Gabriel's. But I think he like unpledged a little while ago, which is fine. I definitely don't expect people to be able to like pledge forever or whatever. Like that's kind of crazy. You definitely don't sign a contract when you pledge to me. It used to be like, I used to have it set where people could pledge, but they wouldn't get charged when they pledged. They would just get charged at like the beginning of the next month. And I would have some people who would like pledge, but then they wouldn't get charged. They'd read all my patron posts, which I don't do enough of. I should do more of those. And then they would unpledge and be like, all right, bye. There's like a few people who did that, and I was like, you know what? You're kind of annoying. So that's why it charges you when you pledge. A lot of creators do that because there are people who like just take advantage of it. But yeah, so that's why I try and say, like, if anyone was thinking of doing it, I would wait until I would do it towards the beginning of the month rather than towards the end of the month, because if you do it towards the end of like the month you're in, you're just gonna get charged again in a few days when the next month starts. Jack in a hoodie looks comfy. Comf. Yo. Thanks, Scout. I like comf. I want to get better at drawing headphones. Or just like find a good design for the headphones, I guess. These headphones aren't actually that difficult to draw. Where'd you get your inspiration for your Fluppernutter? Lots of things. What's up, Fluppernutter? Yo, what's up, Punk Bunny? Hi, how are you doing? How much is your Patreon stuff? Yeah, it's 15 a month. Definitely not expected or required of anyone. I don't like pushing it because I don't want people to feel like obligated in any way, you know? it's kind of just like, oh, if you want to, I appreciate it. And yeah. Helps me out with like my loans and junk and all my subscriptions. Like literally what I use the money for right now is just paying off my student loan so that I'm not like losing money every month. How can you hear the music if your ears are up there? Shh. Shush. Be quiet. Be quiet. Was Meowth an inspiration? No. Meowth was not. I don't even really like Meowth that much. I don't not like Meowth. But like, if you were to ask me like, oh, what's your favorite Pokemon? I would not say Meowth. Tell Meowth you say that. Fine, tell him. That song is amazing though, Boo. It is. Yeah, honestly, Zabubu, if Olive hadn't made your cinnamon or whatever, cinnamon Zabubu, Cinnabubu, I don't know what I would have done. I probably would have just based it off of your one profile picture with the dude from Pokemon. I probably would have just based it off of that, but made it more cartoony. Maybe I would have put a sailor hat on it or something. I would have given you zero direction. Blah. Blah. Bum, 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 bum. But yeah, the hoodie's cool. I feel like the hoodie would be good for the VTuber model, but definitely not good for animation. At least not like animation on my own, because it would take longer. To draw and to color in. Did you go to a Glass Beach show the other week? I thought I saw your post about it. Yeah, I did. I went to the one in Brooklyn. The day before Thanksgiving. I started my model without clothes and made a hoodie layer, but but then I realized I needed a different layer for the hood, etc. So I cleared a layer issue. Yeah. Well, pretty much like everything in my model is on different layers. Like everything. That's like how you get like the 3D like illusion to look good. Or like somewhat convincing. Like there's a layer for like the back of the turtleneck and for like the front of it. There's even a different layer for like the creases on it, which they don't move that much, but they move a little bit. The creases. I'm so jealous. Oh, do you like Glass Beach? Yeah, it was really fun. It was the first kind of concert I went to that was like that, where it was kind of like super duper indie and like all rock emo kind of. But it was cool. There was a mosh pit, and I did it. I did some moshing. It was kind of cool. I did it for like the last song. I was kind of like afraid to, but then I was like, you know what? If people asked me and I told them there was a mosh pit, and then I said that I didn't try it, I would have felt a little lame. So I was like, I gotta do it. And my friends basically told me the rules of the mosh pit is that like you can't stop moving. And there were like people like on the edges that would like stop people from falling and like getting, you know, hurt. So that was good. And it wasn't like huge. There was maybe like 20, 30 people in the mosh pit. Like it wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna go in there, I'm gonna die and not be able to get out. So I felt like it was a good opportunity to try it. I've only been to 2 concerts and they were both Weird Al. Yo, that sounds so funny. You did a mosh? I did do a mosh. I love them. And home is where I want them to come to Boston so bad. Oh no, they didn't go to Boston? I know they went to Pennsylvania. But that's not Boston. That's not Boston. Mosh pits are a life experience. Folks will help you up too. Yeah, it was cool. I was just like, I don't know. I want to jump into like a group of people and just go like crazy and not care. Like, I don't know. Like it's I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I just want to go crazy. Like just go blah. So it was really fun for that, you know. I've only been to like 1 concert and I don't remember. I wasn't sober for any part of it. You should go to more. I mean, when you can, of course. But I think concerts are super cool. Especially like for artists that you really like. Because I had been to concerts before, but it was always like when I was younger and I didn't really have like my own like specific taste yet. So I would just go to like bands that like my mom liked or like my siblings liked. And I was never super into it. But lately I've been going to concerts for bands that I've found and like really like. And like I know all their songs. And it's so much better. It's so much fun. You gotta crowd surf next? Oh gosh. Some people were crowd surfing. Like some people from Home is Where they like jumped into the crowd. They literally crowd surfed, and I was like, oh my god, oh my god, it was crazy. No one got hurt, which was like awesome. I was just like, whoa, I like didn't expect this. I didn't expect everyone to be like, yeah, like, I don't know what I expected, but I was a little bit like, whoa. These people are going hard. They're going hard at this concert. And then I became one of them. It's a bit difficult for me to go to a concert. Yeah. That's fair. I know your situation. Coworkers aren't really into them. But yeah, go mentally deranged. Go brainless, yeah. Go wacky. Wacky Jackie. Yeah. There's something about it. I think we got a little too used to being like poised in a way. Like, oh, I'm a civilized individual living in society. I shan't do this, I shan't do that. I shan't. But then, you know, sometimes you just want to go crazy. You just want to go. And it's cool. Obviously, you shouldn't do that at, like, you know, at, like, some place where it's not appropriate. But in certain cases, it is appropriate and very fun. My buddy told me he went to a Minecraft concert. Yo, what? Minecraft concert. He said Minecraft concert and I laughed for 20 minutes. Then made fun of him for months. No! How would you feel if someone made fun of you for going to a Jackademia concert? That's right. I'm going on tour. JackaCon. I'd go to a Jackademia concert. Oh, thanks, Meowie. I can always count on Meowie. I'm gonna color these ears, and then I'll make another layer for like the outfit, and I'll play around with the colors for that. Yeah, I'd be impressed if one of your friends knew who I was. Oh, funny thing. I'm surprised I haven't talked about, Oh wait, yo, Cambrian, I went to Secret Sky also. Went to. I mean, I went on it. On my computer. That was really cool. I'm surprised I haven't talked about this yet today, but funny thing. Kind of funny in a way. So I went to a Smash concert? No. I went to a Smash Ultimate. Well, just Smash in general. Let me restart this story. So I was in Smash Club in college, and it was fun, and it was cool. COVID happened. We couldn't go to Smash Club anymore. School ended. I was done with college. Blah, blah, blah. On Sunday, they were having like a reunion Smash tournament type thing. Upstate, up at New Paltz, where I went to school. And I decided on a whim on Saturday to go. And it was fun. It was cooler than I thought it would be. I hadn't played like competitively in like a year and a half. So I was pretty rusty, but I did better than I thought I would. But funny kind of thing. So the person who I lost to in the brackets and got sent to the loser bracket by was this one dude who's really good at Bowser, who I kind of knew as being like really good at Bowser because I think I had played against him like way back when at a tournament. Why do I keep saying whatever? At a tournament that was at a place outside of the school. And he was there. And he plays me as Bowser, and he beat me because he's really good. And Bowser's scary. I play Yoshi. But we had like good matches, and it was like each one was pretty close. It wasn't like he floored me. He just won. And we had a little banter, and it was like, oh, cool. He's like, yeah. I've just been playing Bowser since the start. And I was like, yeah, I've been playing Yoshi since like the Wii U and blah, blah, blah. We had a little conversation. The funny thing is, though, so I didn't talk to him for like the rest of the day. I didn't think we really talked that much. But we're in a Discord server for the club. And I think he found my... Well, he found my Twitter, basically. And he found all my stuff. And he followed me. And it turns out he's like a dragon furry. Or that's what it seems like. And I was just like, wait, is this the same person? Because he had the same like username as his Smash tag. And I checked and I was like, wait. Whoa. That's so funny. And I was just like, oh my god. I did not. Yeah, of course he is. He plays Bowser. Not that that's inherent, but but it was just funny, and I was like, oh, I did not expect that at all. And the fact that he then went into the Discord server after, saw my like profile picture, and then like clicked and checked out my stuff. He might even be watching this stream right now. Probably not though. I didn't see anyone. I didn't see him follow me on Twitch, but I was like, what? And I had to like check. I looked in the Discord server. I was like, wait, is that the same username? And I was like, wait, it is. And it is the same profile picture and everything. And I was like, either this is completely unrelated and he just so happened to follow me around the same time, or the more likely thing is he just found me through the Discord server. Because my Smash tag is Jacka. So it wouldn't be hard to find me if you wanted to. Who? This guy I played against at a Smash tournament at my college on Sunday. Good for him. Good for him. Yeah. Yeah, Zububu summed it up. It was just like, I was like, oh. I was surprised. That's kind of, yeah, that's the whole story. But that happened, and literally, I think he followed me like this morning. Yeah, he followed me this morning. Or, no, was it yesterday? The time is weird. I think it might have been yesterday. Or is this morning? I don't know. He's not in our Discord. He's not in the Jackamania Discord. It was like the Smash Club Discord app from my school. But yeah, that was the whole thing. And then I followed him back. I wasn't sure if I should, but I was like, I guess I will. What you need? I'm not sure how I want to do the earmuffs. I feel like that, they kind of look like tires. Invite him to be a nutty buddy. Why the change of design? It's not really a change of design. This is more just like, this would be another outfit, I guess. Killer Blood 817, thanks for the follow. Yeah, it'd be like another outfit I could put on. Which kind of encapsulates both parts of both or something. Well, I don't know if I would like it like that. Nah, I don't know if I like that. Maybe it'll be more like... Whoa. Ugh. Nah, I don't know if I like that either. Eyes are starting to hurt. Goodbye. Oh, goodbye, Tuesday. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Drip Jacka. Drippa. Drippa, baby. And then I was thinking like the hoodie would be brown. I don't know. This is why I gotta play with it. Too much. Now I think there's like too much green. Maybe it would even be like reversed too. Like black up there. Or something. I like how Nostril Man is gazing at me. Yes. 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 It's like, let me get a whiff. Let me get a whiff of you guys. Get a good whiff. Bugh. Bugh. Yeah, it's a lot of green. I think I need a different color. For like... Oh, you know what? Might be cool if I do like orange. Maybe not orange on the top, but maybe like orange... Highlights or something? Ugh. Maybe. Maybe if I swap these around. That's too much black, then. Orange might be cool. Do I use a drawing tablet with the screen? I do. I use a Cintiq. The 16-inch one? I think. 15-inch? One of those. Yeah, I could use some work. But I think orange is better than green. Like this though? This song's the elevator music in my brain. This is honestly like the best elevator music. I wish this was like elevator music in real life. Like if you're ascending up like a huge escalator or elevator, the song just gradually like becomes more complex and full. Ugh. Only thing is, like, I feel like the orange kind of blends in with the brown of the hood a decent amount. Yeah, like it needs to be played with. Leo Star Regalius, thanks for the follow. Bobbing up and down in the elevator like Yosh. Yosh. As Eggman says. What if I played with the colors? What if we went crazy? Look at all these. Oh wait, I forgot I did the touch-ups with... Oops. Hold on. Oh, this is so cute. Oh, thanks. Because the tail's pretty cute, too. Tail. Well, the tail's the same. Purple's kind of cool. Hey, what up? What up? What's up, Brooke? I'm just like playing around with colors for this design. Sliding the hue around. Sliding the hue around. Go. Like the perp. The perpetrator. Nut got the drip. Black and white though. Kind of cool. Monochrome? That's just like interesting. Extra color. Extra color. The Shiny Jacademia? Maybe. Maybe. Oh, this is kind of cool. This is only like, this is like very slight, but it's like if the earmuffs were red. Like red might be kind of cool. To be honest, that doesn't look half bad, the monochrome. Fart art raffle churger burger. Yo, oh my god. When you food. Yo, thanks for the Prime sub. Thank you. Thanks for being a nutty buddy. Nutty buddy. Thank you, McSpanky. Here. I could even save like different versions of the colors and then compare them. This was the original. I missed the part where he drew the head. That part's so hard to do. Oh, that... yeah, that could be a little hard. I agree. Are Nutty Buddies those peanut butter things? Nah, those are Nutter Butters. Nutter Butters. Nutter Butter. And then look, we could do hold on. Filter. I'm gonna turn down the saturation. And then I could turn up the contrast and the brightness a little. Like that. That's kind of cool. Have I farted yet? No, I haven't farted. I'm allergic to peanuts? Oh no. If you type exclamation point allergic though, you can find out how allergic you are to me. Mime mode. Now this is mime mode. Mime mode. Monochrome doesn't look half bad. Blah. It's hard to decide on colors. Different colors. So many different colors look good. Ah. Chocolate coated brain. Thanks for that, pet. Green and pink hot. You got one less than last time. Yo, Skylar's only 5% allergic and it went down. Wow. Start jamming out. Oh yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, well, I don't know about these colors right now, but it looks pretty cool. Whoop. It's a little chow. I like chows. Chows are like such a good design. They're so simple, but they're like super recognizable and super adorable. And not like annoyingly adorable too. You know what I mean? Chow that's dressed like Jacka? Wait a second. You like chows? I like chaos. Chaos. My favorite. A child dressed like Jacka is just... Okay, maybe I won't give the helmet just yet. It's kind of just Jacka. Yeah. It looks a little funny. Wait. Something like that. It looks a little odd because with the coloring it just looks like a little naked. Yeah, it looks a little bald. It would probably be better if it was blue. Oh. Maybe. Oh, I don't know about this anymore. Oh no, what have I done? Oh, he needs the yellow tips. You're right. You're right. Oof. This doesn't look bad. This looks pretty good. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. I like the first more, but maybe you could add the turtleneck color as a tip to the top of the head to look like a pile of soil or something. Oh, well, now I did all of this. I'm gonna have to go back. Nah, I'm lazy. I'm too lazy. Alright, I'll try it. Speed run. Speed run. Buh. We got the Sonic 06 movie music playing. Yeah, I don't know. It still looks kind of bald. I think it's just the color with everything. Without like hair. Yeah, it just looks kind of bald. I don't know. Or it needs like, I don't know, a little fluff and ears. Then it's not bald. Or it would just need like the hat. Art the forehead tuft. I like pictured it in my mind. I feel like it still had the problem. I feel like the problem's with like the sides. You know, there's always something on the sides of Jack's head. There's either the muffs or like the tufts. Either the muffs or the tufts. I feel like without those, it just feels a little naked. A little naked. Nut wings? Like peanuts? Peanut wings. Sea nut brittle. Just try out the wings. Oh yeah, they do have wings. Sea nut brittle. Maybe they would be. Whoop. What? Oh. Brown? I don't know. Okay, whatever. Jackademia's sister. Oh my gosh. Holy cow, thank you, sister. Oh, hello there. Thanks for the follow, Jackademia sister. No, for real. Yo, thank you. I don't know which one. Which one? Alright, ask me a question only... Wait, no. I would know. Yeah, only the real Jack's sister could answer. DNA test is positive. Doodles. Oodles of doodles. Yes. Prove it. Huh? Prove it without revealing any critical personal information. I got a minute and a half. Oh. Until I get to the number. The number. The number. Huh. Oh, Fred this... Damn, okay. Alright, she's real. She's real. I won't explain it, but she's real. But which one? Huh? Which one? I'm not gonna explain it. I'm not explaining it. You will all have to live in, I don't know, darkness for the rest of your life. For the rest of your life. Why is that the name? Darkness. I'm not explaining it, no. I'm not. Maybe someday. But not right now. Not right now. Alright, is it Lila? Oh, I knew it! Yeah, because there's Jackademia's sister's boyfriend, Greg. What's up? Hello. Heading out, thanks for the stream, Jacka. Oh, yo. Bye, Skyward Nerd. Skyward Nerd. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Stay beautiful, yeah. Stay beautiful. Of course. Of course. But of course. We're probably gonna end really soon. Because I want to get a snack. And go to sleep. Probably. Oh my god. My dad's here too? Oh my god. Delilah Supreme Sister, great stream. You are cool. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Lila. Yo, everybody's lurking. Even Luke showed up at one point. Not today, but another day. And Mom showed up also. Family stream? Oh, I don't know about that, maybe. Oh my god. Our long lost brother's here too? Yo. This is crazy. Zero Sheba 16. Thanks for the follow. Thank you. Grazie mille. Hello. I've been doing art. We're doing art. And on... Oh yeah. On Thursday, we're going to be watching the Game Awards. With a bunch of Board of Trustees members. Including, but not limited to... let me pull it up. Big Nose Bug. Scout. I'm Chris. Also Possum. Murphy. This VTuber. And... I think I said this a bunch of times, so I'm just repeating myself. But a few more. Probably, maybe. Probably, maybe. But if not, that's already like a good amount. And yeah, we're gonna be chilling watching the Game Awards. Eagerly awaiting Reggie Fils-Aimé. But yeah. This has been a fun stream. Very chill. I feel like I got stuff done, so that's all that matters, I think. Let me just save my art file really quick. I gotta save that. Art. Save it as headphone test. Who said hi? PTV Kane West, hello. Stream ending? Yeah, stream's gonna end. We're gonna find someone to raid. Someone to raid. Oh my god, Video Game Donkey's streaming. We're not gonna raid Donkey. I don't know if Donkey takes raids. But I don't feel confident enough for that. Donkey, bruh. Bruh. Oh, Bug streaming right now? Yo, we should raid Bug. Where's Bug? Bug. Oh yeah, Bug is streaming. Alright, cool. We'll raid Bug. Since we're gonna be all on the same stream on Thursday. On here, on this channel. So, yeah. Hope y'all have a wonderful week. And all that jazz. What should the raid message be? Nut. Just man. Doodlebug. Bloogle. D's Nuts December. I like that. Ark, ark, ark. Bark, 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 bark. Damn, Daniel. We'll do D's Nuts December. I'll get the raid started. D's Nuts December. Okay. D's Nuts December. There it is. There's the raid message. So you can copy and paste it when we go to Bug. Make sure you treat Bug with absolute kindness and be cool like you always are. And I don't know. I'm tired. I need to sleep and eat some grub of some sort. But yeah, y'all have a wonderful night. Enjoy the rest of your week, and I'll see you on Thursday. And by then, the end screen should hopefully be updated with Twip and Flinko, their new doodles. So yeah, thanks y'all. Have a wonderful night. Blah blah blah. Don't forget to brush your teeth and floss, because flossing is important. Haha. All right. Bye.